It's the final weekend of major preps for the Breeders' Cup World Championships at Del Mar. After an historic Saratoga meet, Flavien Prat reunites with one of his 7 Grade 1 wins this summer as hopeful winner Chancellor McPatrick looks to add the Grade 1 champagne en route to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Dylan Davis made a statement on opening day at Saratoga, a 44-1 upset in the Schuylerville. Can the Queen's MG add a third stakes win in the Frizette? Davis is also back aboard Carson's run. Precocious as a 2-year-old, he's refound his form, trying to take the final 2 legs of the Turf Triple Series in the Jockey Club Derby. And after back-to-back stakes wins, nothing better has come up a neck and a nose short. Gonna get back to his winning ways in the Belmont Turf Sprint. All that and more coming up on this stakes stacked Saturday afternoon on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us on our FS1 coverage. I'm Greg Wolf, and of course, this is the last major weekend with horses eyeing that World Championships at Del Mar in early November. 4 graded stakes as mentioned on the card today, including 2 big Grade 1s with win and you're in implications for the Breeders' Cup. 2-year-old fillies in the Frizette. And for the boys, it's the Champagne, where Chancellor McPatrick will try and add to that Grade 1 hopeful score at Saratoga. That'll come up as race 8 on the card. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll kick things off in just 9 minutes here with the opener on the card coming up. We are fast and firm to begin the Saturday action on a gorgeous day here in South Ozone Park, New York. These big days, you feel that energy. We feel it again here today. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliori. And obviously a huge change in that Frizette with the big favorite coming out, but an opportunity for some other 2-year-old fillies to step up. And we'll see how good Chancellor McPatrick is. Chance to add another Grade 1.
You know, what Chancellor McPatrick's done in his 2 starts is pretty remarkable. We see a lot of young horses break their maiden on debut, showing a lot of speed. He is a horse that has come from off the pace in both his starts and well off the pace. Took kickback, overcame adversity, and has a finishing kick. So he's already kind of a polished professional 2-year-old.
He'll make his 3rd start coming up this afternoon, and he has not had a clean trip yet. So, yeah, he's shown a lot of ability, maybe just mentally and physically, really, and what he's done to this point. He'll be drawn to the outside today. What does that do for him? An opportunity to maybe get a much better trip today?
Well, I think it just makes things easier on him and his rider, Flavien Prat, right? They can get into a good rhythm. They're not running the risk of getting buffeted about at the break or getting squeezed. And sometimes a horse stretching to the mile for the first time, and I love the progression, 6.5 furlongs to 7 furlongs, now a mile, could find himself just a touch closer because of that outside draw.
We'll talk more about it as we get closer to the race, but the hopeful for him didn't start great, hit the gate. Flavien Prat came out of the irons a bit. He got slammed by another horse, but he comes running late.
Well, just think about that. Losing an iron at the start, being able to regain your balance, get your foot back in the stirrup, and have this horse finish motor. And look at everybody else inside of him, the 2 horse inside of him, not the 3rd place finisher. They're clean. He was covered with dirt. And sometimes young horses do not take that. The fact that he's shown the ability to do that, that courage, that tenacity, speaks volumes for him.
Already a Grade 1 winner. He's, with all that he's gone through those first couple of races, I mean, that just really kind of helps you grow up and be able to handle more going forward. Do you think he has a big edge in that respect to this field? I
really do. Again, some horses get kicked back the first time. They're in amongst a bunch of horses, and they lose their composure. The fact that he has not lost his composure, and he could just, you would think it's just going to continue to get better. And you think about, obviously, 2-year-olds at this level, we're always thinking about the Kentucky Derby next year, right? 20-horse field. When you've got a horse that you know will handle traffic and kick back and all the accoutrements that come with the Kentucky Derby, that gives you a huge tactical edge.
Chad Brown's won 4 of the last 7 runnings of this race. He'll try and collect another with Chancellor McPatrick, and that's not even to mention Good Magic, who was runner-up in the race, would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Let's kick off this card with a maiden special weight. Everyone trying for that first win on the resume here. 3-year-olds and up, it's a 1-turn mile. And the current favorite, the 5, Mazmac for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. Joel Rosario will ride coming off a runner-up finish.
Yeah, big effort last time going 7-8, stretches out another furlong, gets Lasix for the first time today, too.
And we'll talk, and it's key about who he faced last time out as well. We start with upstanding Todd Pletcher or Rad Ortiz Jr.?
Yeah, horse that ran extremely well on debut. Came back, I thought, with a little bit of a subpar effort, but could rebound.
Here's the first-time starter for Chad Brown, named after the son of the president of Naira Bets, Tony Alavato. Luca watching. Luca on point.
Luca on point, a defenseman, plays a nice game of hockey, and get a big kick out of any time I get to see some video of him playing. It's exciting, and you know I'm a big hockey fan.
Party with Smarty, 30 to 1 long shot went by. Here's tomorrow's wish for trainer David Donk.
Well, Dave Donk's a trainer. His horses improved with racing, and this horse sprinted and now stretches out. He could take a step forward.
So Mazmac, favorite right now, faced a very good horse, Montalcino, who just won at Keeneland yesterday.
Yeah, complimented that effort by that big effort by Montalcino at Keeneland.
Quando, Dylan Davis, Bruce Levine.
Man, his start 2 back at Saratoga on a mile would make him very tough.
And another first-time starter for Chad Brown here on the outside. Flavian Pratt will ride Iron Sights.
Yeah, good outside draw for the son of the Triple Crown winning Justify. And, you know, Chad Brown knows how to get them ready to win off the bench.
Second dam of that runner. Grade 1 winner on synthetic, Grade 1 placed on dirt as well. You can play all the action today, including a pick 5 that begins right off the bat by getting signed up with Naira Bets. New members punch in that code at sign up, match 200. Get that $200 deposit match bonus when you begin and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com and get yourself all ready to go for World Championship weekend in early November. So here's the favorite, Mazmac for the Dutro Barn. Joel Rosario aboard, and that start at Saratoga going 7/8 of a mile September 1st. Hadn't raced since December. And again, it's who he did this against. He ran a huge number in his own right. But Montalcino looks like he could be a very serious runner for Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you see a horse that breaks their maiden come back and win first condition allowance race as well as Montalcino did, you know it's a quality-laden race. And this horse really finished. Now, was it a matter of him growing up a bit, Mazmac, right? Because his races last year, you know, left something to be desired. But now as a 3-year-old, a much improved effort.
That was start number 4, but the first time again as a 3-year-old and the first time since December he ran. Can he build off that? 3 minutes to post in the opener. Let's check in for the first time today with Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start there with Mazmac, as this is the horse to beat off that last race, and he was also coming in off of a layoff. He is a big, solid horse, the son of Vino Rosso, whose progeny typically do carry some condition, but that was a 9-month layoff, and he got quite hot that day, too, in September, and towards the end of the Saratoga meet, it was a cooler temperatures, and so sometimes that will speak to a horse that just needs a race for some fitness. Much more settled overall today, though he is still a big, solid individual. But Montalcino with that 97 Beyer speed figure, and Hurricane Nelson coming back to win as well, improving his Beyer speed figure 2 points for an 85. So I think it's actually quite a live race that he does come out of. He was off slow that day too, getting a big warm up out there as well, and moving well as he is kept jogging constantly under Joel Rosario. He's the horse to beat. Now the number 1 upstanding right away from the pony, as he was a horse that I thought last time out, he was part of that heavily favored entry of Pentathlon, who was the one that was taking most of the money. I thought Upstanding just looked asleep back in the paddock. Much sharper saddling today. Big warm-up right from the pony, as I mentioned, just much more awake overall. I think that this is a horse who has some foundation with those 2 starts. I know that he was distant and kind of flat last time out, but he could potentially take a step forward the second time going a mile and hopefully get into the race a little bit better as well. The number 4, Tomorrow's Wish. This is a horse that just kept catching my eye. I don't know if he's any good, but the other horses that I talked about, they have their own fair share of questions to answer, I think, too. And Tomorrow's Wish, I just really think is going to appreciate the added distance. There is a little bit of turf in the pedigree, too, and I wonder if he might actually appreciate that down the line. But I like him going for a mile. He looks tremendous here for Dave Donk, a guy that typically will take a little bit more of a patient approach and giving his horses some time to race into fitness. And I liked the warm-up under Kendrick Carmouche. Finally, the 7 Iron Sight. This is a horse I'm very intrigued by, and I think that there could be some quality there. Greg mentioned the pedigree, the second Dam Streaming, winning the Hollywood Starlet by Justify, who's been a tremendous stallion. He's a big, imposing horse here, and I just think he will benefit from a race to bring it all together. And debuting at a mile, not an easy thing to do, but this is a horse I'm really going to watch with interest because, like I said, Greg, I think there could be some quality in there.
Acacia, thank you. So, wow, both you and Acacia going to the second biggest price on the board here at 17-1 with Tomorrow's Wish.
Yeah, I really love the pedigree on Tomorrow's Wish. Dave Donk's a trainer. His horses get better with racing. This horse took some money on debut. He reached out to Johnny Velasquez. Usually that's a little bit of a tip of the hand. And the mare has produced several good runners, including Nova Rags, the multiple graded stakes winning Juanita. Now, Juanita was by Mineshaft by AP Indy. Tomorrow's Wish by Honor Code, who's by AP Indy out of the same mare. So a pedigree that's very closely in line with his most successful sibling, and stretching out to a mile, I think benefits this horse a great deal.
That man on board there in that purple cap, Kendrick Carmouche, one of 3 riders who comes into today, tied for the lead here in the jockey standings at the meet.
Always love when the jockey and trainer races are close, right? The air of anticipation, excitement about it. And trust me, the riders are aware of it. They're keeping an eye on it as well. You know, when you're in a position, you don't go into a meet saying, I want to be leading rider, but when you're in a position that you can get it done, you really want to get it done.
And we all, we talked about it so much this summer what Flavien Prat did at Saratoga. Historic meet for him with all those stakes victories, grade 1s. He's got some big opportunities, obviously, today, but trying to secure those big mounts and go into the Breeders' Cup the right way, and a chance to do that on Chancellor McPatrick.
I really think the Eclipse Award for Champion Jockey this year, it right now boils down to Irad Ortiz Jr. and Flavien Prat. I think their Breeders' Cup weekend is going to have a big say in who actually comes away with the Eclipse Award this year.
See if he can get there the right way on the hopeful winner later to come in that grade 1 Champagne. Here he's lining up on a first-time starter for Chad Brown, one of 2 debuters. The other, Luca, on point with Manny Franco from Post 2. Good luck to Luca out there watching as we kick off this Frizette and Champagne card with this maiden special weight here at a mile. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin to begin things on this Saturday afternoon on FS1.
And Iron Sight, last to load to the outside. Ready to kick off a big Saturday of racing. Gorgeous day in New York. They're all set. And they're off. Very awkward beginning for Iron Sight, who's going to be the early trailer. Speed from Quando is in the early mix, and in between horses, Tomorrow's Wish. And now Tomorrow's Wish with a head in front. Upstanding is at the rail. It's these 3 across the racetrack early as they get set to come out of the chute. Quando's going to press on as well out into the center of the racetrack. But Quando is now Quick Kiss for Dylan Davis is up by 2. Back to second is Tomorrow's Wish, and Upstanding gets off the rail, tips towards the outside, is now to the outside of Tomorrow's Wish. They're second and third. From the back moving forward is Mazmak, is 6 off the leader as the leader is really getting away. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Red Cap right there in 5th is Party with Smarty, the 2 at the back. Iron Sight with that awkward beginning is making up some ground, and the trailer is Luca on point as they've got 4 furlongs left to go here in the opener. Quando's in front. It's Quando who went 46 and 3 for a half-mile time. Tomorrow's Wish has gotten much closer. Upstanding 3 wide in hand, and here comes Upstanding, and Irad Ortiz Jr. also right in behind horses. Mazmak is just waiting for room. A ground-saving journey now is at the rail. In behind the battling trio is going to move to the outside here as Quando starts to back up a touch as they reach the top of the stretch. Mazmak has swung right to the outside. Upstanding is the leader. It's Upstanding who now kicks for home. Mazmak in full pursuit, got off the rail and is coming right after Upstanding down to these 2. They approach the final furlong, and Mazmak's the one with all the momentum. Joel Rosario and Mazmak have now put a neck, now a half length in front, a 16th left to go. It's Mazmak trying to get away from a very game Upstanding, far back to the rest, but Mazmak, that's your winner. Mazmak wins the opener over Upstanding, then came Iron Sight and Tomorrow's Wish in 1 minute 35.40 seconds.
Mazmak flatters that form of Montalcino even more, who again was that impressive winner yesterday At Keeneland, Joel Rosario for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn here at 4-5.
Yeah, listen, he was a favorite, and he was very, very good on the day. Stumbles a bit at the break, right? Loses a little bit of his footing. Keep an eye on number 5. And, yeah, I mean, you know, it wasn't the worst stumble, but it's never helpful when you lose some position like that. But one thing that Joel Rosario does so well is get horses up into his hands, keeps them balanced. He's traveling. Look, he's got 3 in front of him, but he is just cruising, Greg. Now, Joel tips out to the clear. One of the things that I really appreciate about Joel Rosario's riding, and frankly, I've been critical of him lately because some of his rides leave you questioning things. But one of the things he does so well is hands and heels. He doesn't use the crop very much, only just enough to maybe remind a horse. So you can just shake it at him a little bit late right there. But he never reached and hit this horse with the crop at all. Hands and heels to the wire. Another nice effort here. And how about that last race? Hurricane Nelson came back to win. Montalcino came back to win. And now Mazmac came back to win. Is that what they start terming a key race?
Could be. Yeah, Hurricane Nelson, a horse who'd shown a ton of ability for Christophe Clement, but probably a little frustrating because he hadn't won. Finally got that first win, I believe, 7th career start. Mazmac in his 5th career start. Breaks his maiden, and this win never looked like it was in question.
No, he was cruising from the half-mile pole. The way he took Joel Rosario Mazmac up in behind horses in hand, waited patiently, eased out into the clear. Really, I tell you what, this came up a fairly fast race, though, but this track has kind of turned around, hasn't it? It was a bit of a slower track last week. This week, they've been yielding much faster times.
1:35.2 for the mile. Meanwhile, it's upstanding for Todd Pletcher, who checks in second, making just his 3rd career start. And a tough beginning for Ironside. Didn't break well at all. Manages to get 3rd.
Yeah, Ironside kind of popped up in the air, gave the field a length and a half head start. Ran on okay. The 4, Tomorrow's Wish, ran okay to be 4th. Probably a horse that I'll follow back again because Dave Donk's horses do get better with racing.
5-1-7-4. It's Rick Dutrow Jr., FMQ Stables. Joel Rosario with the odds-on favorite in the opener, still ahead. Grade 1 Frizette, 2-year-old fillies, the Queen's MG, Schuylerville, and Adirondack winner from this summer at Saratoga. Her trainer believes might have been the wet track that was the problem in the spin away. She'll get a mile today in the Frizette.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. The opener, won by the favorite, Mazmaca, with Joel Rosario in the saddle. I was joking with Joel. I'm blinded by these silks, but coming strong, and a horse that definitely seemed to be stronger second off the layoff today.
Yeah, I mean, he ran really good the first time I heard him at Saratoga, and yeah, he showed today that, he wanted this thing a little better. And yeah, he got the job done. So yeah, that was very nice.
A nice effort there, and Richie Migliori was pointing out you're a rider that we often see with hands and heels down to the wire, and you're so good at saving a little bit. Can you talk about that and getting the most out of a horse in the stretch?
I mean, it's just sometimes hard to explain it, but you gotta ride the horse, whatever the horse is performing for you. I think the way he, feel like he always go move forward for you, and yeah. But when you ride those kind like this, it makes the job easy, right?
This one pretty easy, but a horse that you'll be on later and Deterministic, who sometimes you have to time his run a little bit, but one that really seems to have taken to the turf.
Yeah, I mean, he's, really honest horse. He tried really hard all the time, and, we'll see what happens, how he does.
We look forward to that, but congratulations on winning the opener here.
Thank you.
Joel Rosario kicking off the day. Could be a big afternoon to come. Greg?
Joel Rosario had that Eclipse Award-winning season a couple of years ago where it just seems like every move he made was perfection.
Yeah, when Joel's on point, he's as good as anybody there is, but sometimes you're just not quite sure which Joel's going to show up. And I'm being candid. I like Joel. I think he's a tremendous talent, obviously a Hall of Famer. But the best way to describe it, maybe sometimes with Joel, is life's like a box of chocolates. You're never quite sure what you're going to get.
Well, we got the good Joel Rosario certainly in that opening race. He was on a very good horse who finally gets that first win on the resume now. Second race kicks off the early pick 4. New York Breds, $40,000 maiden claiming race, so all trying for the first win and all for sale for $40,000 in this race if you put in a claim. 6.5 furlong sprint coming up. We have another odds-on favorite here. Saratoga Warrior, drop down in class for trainer Danny Gargan.
It took all the money on debut, so obviously this horse was showing a lot of promise in the morning training and comes back now once again as the favorite. It says he hit gate, he bumped, he was a bit wide. It doesn't explain how inexplicably poorly he ran on debut.
Faced a very good horse, though, under whose radar.
Fair.
Got an 81 buyer in that spot, and then cross the wire first Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint, only to get DQ'd. Then was fourth in the Futurity yesterday. Just company alone with that drop in class is going to take attention. Future Stars Pick 5 sequence includes Belmont at the Big A, Santa Anita in Keeneland. Fun wager today that begins with the Frizette at 3:17 Eastern and takes you all across the country. As for the Frizette, not often we even get an opportunity to see someone try and make that sweep of those 3 graded stakes for 2-year-olds at a Saratoga meeting. And the Queen's MG at least had the opportunity, although things did not go her way in the spin-away.
No, they didn't. But, we heard Acacia report that Safi Joseph thought that maybe the off racetrack had something to do with it. We know the good Queen's MG is very good. And the fact that she's already shown that kind of durability to have 3 starts in Saratoga in a day and age when people tend to give their horses a lot more time between races.
This race, obviously, you have to start with who is out, and it's a major scratch. Senza Parole for Chad Brown. Looked like she could be a future star in this sport. Her debut at Saratoga was brilliant. She has an injury issue. She's going to be out for the rest of the year and hoping to come back in the spring. But with her out, it's a big opportunity now for everyone else in this field.
Yeah, Cosenza Parole was not only impressive on debut, I love how professional she was. She eased back, sat in behind horses, won with authority. I mean, she's a beautiful mover. Hopefully we see her as a 3-year-old.
Meanwhile, the Queen's MG, it's just a funny running line. Wins at 45-1 in the debut. Then a beaten favorite with a tough trip. 44-1 in the Schuylerville, and then short prices again the next couple of starts. She really seemed to take a big move forward in that grade 3 Adirondack move.
Yeah, I mean, she was good in the Schuylerville. She was outstanding in the Adirondack. And then she got that mud in the spin away. So, somebody much smarter than me once told me, Greg, never crown a champion off of one big effort and never throw a horse out after one poor effort, and we've seen her rebound from poor efforts already.
She was the first ever starter for her sire, 1,000 Words, and she won that race, as we mentioned, at 45-1. Pretty good start for her sire. See what happens today. You know, as you said, her trainer thought maybe it was that wet track. He said she has bounced out of that performance extremely well.
Yeah, and I like the fact that she stayed up in Saratoga to continue training. I think horses do so well in Saratoga in the fall. You get the cooler evenings, the cooler mornings for training. Horses just are more comfortable and they get better rest, they sleep better. I've seen it over the years. Horses that stay on in Saratoga seem to really flourish.
And even with her, we don't know, stretching out to a mile with that disappointing performance, how she'll fare. But she is really, in this field, the best known quantity, isn't she?
Well, she's definitely the most accomplished. Now, these are young horses, and we're going to see who takes a step forward. There's, you know, a horse like Pondering who comes out of the same race, was only 5-1 in that spin away. She looked like she never handled the track a step as well. So, you know, track surfaces certainly can play a role in the outcome of how a horse runs, good or bad.
Again, that race, Grade 1 Frizette's going to kick off that Future Stars Pick 5 sequence, and it's a Breeders' Cup win and you're in race for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. 4 of them over the course of this weekend. We saw Mentee in that Futurity, although his trainer, Todd Pletcher, says he may wind up going to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile longer, might want the mile for that horse. The brother to 2-year-old champion and Travers winner Fierceness.
Yeah, it seems like Todd's under the opinion that he's just a good horse and surface doesn't really matter. He looked awfully good yesterday. I mean, his stride was beautiful on the turf. Although, listen, on debut, he only won by a nose, but his stride was pretty nice that day as well. 2
tickets on the line today to the Breeders' Cup. Tomorrow, the Miss Grillo as well, rescheduled from last week because of weather. That man right there, he'll be on the Queen's MG, one of several big mounts for Dylan Davis today. We'll have Axthelm, Belmont Turf Sprint, Carson's Run, Jockey Club Derby, and Smokin' Wicked in the Champagne against Chancellor McPatrick.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won't do it. 300,000. 275, you leave 275,000. 75, but we get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but we get $200,000.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
There's a passion in this game that grabs you, and you will not be able to let go.
I'm so blessed to do what I do. I don't lose sight of that for a half a second ever.
If you've never experienced the race, you need to experience it. And then tell me that it doesn't get your heart pounding.
It's like a thunderstorm coming. I mean, it's like electric, and it just shoof, it whisks past you.
Okay, there's heaven for horses. This is heaven.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A versatile runner that's carried her form, Daddy's Ruby won 5 of 6 starts during her 3-year-old season, racing on dirt, turf, and all weather. That season was punctuated by a win in the Grade 1 La Brea for trainer Peter Miller and owners Jet Horse LLC, Wachtel Stable, and Gary Barber.
Daddy's Ruby, Big Pond, what a thriller in the La Brea!
Her form remained strong at 4, never missing the board in 3 starts, including a runner-up effort in the Grade 2 Great Lady M.
Her female family traces back to the foundation mare Silver Service, an ancestor to more than 30 stakes winners. She goes through the ring pregnant for the first time to record setter Into Mischief. Grade 1 winner Daddy's Ruby, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Elite Agent.
Back with you on our Super Saturday of action here on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. Race 2 in this New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race, all trying to get that first win of their career, and that is the 6-5 favorite. Saratoga Warrior dropped down in class for the Danny Gargan barn, so was favored first time out against better and faced a pretty good one in that debut. Let's go back down to Acacia.
Yeah, ran behind Under Whose Radar in that first race, who would come back to run very well, winning and then disqualified on the turf. But this is a horse who I was not in the paddock for his first race in Saratoga Warrior, but he was favored that day. And yes, it is co-owned by My Racehorse, which oftentimes you will see potential, especially early money coming in for these horses. But I think even more than that, he was bet. And typically Danny Gargan can have those 2-year-olds ready. And this horse, just watching that race, he did break in and hit the gate awkwardly at the start and just seemed to be kind of urging forward and never comfortable after that. But he was just very disappointing. And he does come back in, dropping second time out in for the 40,000 today. And maybe that's just going to be the key for him. Maybe this is just the right spot. He's pretty athletic in the way that he's put together. The volatiles have been quite precocious as well. And looks like a sprinter getting an extra furlong in here today. There's a little bit of size to him. Very laid back, very professional. I don't have any knocks on him. Just certainly a concern because he did run so poorly at first asking, but maybe it was just over his head as far as the company was concerned. Rick Dutrow looking to sweep the early double, and we'll send out 2 first-time starters. We'll start with the 4 Viking Warriors. This is the one taking more money of the 2, and I would imagine it's in large part because of the presence of Irad Ortiz aboard this one. This is a son of War Dancer, whose progeny we typically see effective on the turf here, and there is a little bit of turf on the bottom side. The dam won once on the turf and then one sprinting on the dirt. She's yet to produce a winning foal. This one, it's okay starting on the main track. I just do think that he's going to need a race mentally. Came in here kind of screaming and hollering. He's been really on the muscle. His groom doing a great job. His hand on his neck throughout, trying to keep him settled. Very sharp getting the tack on as well, and he probably could tuck up a little bit. A good-looking type. Just wondering if this could be a starting point for him. His stablemate, though, Papa Polly P, this is the one that is a bigger price, but I would actually prefer today. Short, stout, compact, very quick-looking, typical of a World of Trouble progeny. He's actually the half-brother as well to Grade 3 winner Apple Picker, who is a very good dirt sprinter, and the dam's been a good producer, 5 out of her 6 foals winning. So I have a little bit more interest in Papa Polly P to see if he might be ready to roll at first asking, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Riders up with a stablemate, much bigger price, but trying to debut and get that win. We'll see if Papa Polly P can get it done here against obviously a couple that have experience, including your favorite. We start with Dan Zinger, Christopher Elliott, son of Stewart, who was the pilot aboard Smarty Jones back winning the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown in 04.
Yeah, here's a homebred for Jan Derschmidt. Mare's had 3 to race, all winners.
Stegosaurus, blinkers go on.
It's going to have to really improve vastly off of that debut.
All right, here's the Dutrow runners. Viking Warrior the first with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, this one garnering more attention off of slow, steady work tab, but you do get Irad.
Acacia preferred the looks of the stablemate here, Papa Polly P with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, who's very green with the pony there. You see he wanted no part of hooking up with the pony there, but the horse has a pedigree, half to Apple Picker.
Saratoga Warrior favored against better first time out, drop in class, and here's the 7-month AV.
Another one that's going to have to improve making that drop in class, but did take a little bit of a step forward first start to second start.
First time starter Nikos, who was 5-1 morning line for Greg Sacco. Big number now.
Yeah, this is a horse that has shown some good gate drills at Monmouth Park, and the mare did win on debut. I like to see precocity in families.
Romero Mirage, he's on rocked out for Horacio to pause.
another horse that just feels like going to have to find a better race.
It's a quick give up by the public on Book It With a Dad. It was a short price against Better in the debut.
Took a lot of money. Comes back as a gelding for the first time. So this horse has showed ability in the mornings.
Yeah, might be interesting at 14-1. And then Gimme Gimme, second start outside for the David Duggan barn.
Dave's horses usually get better with the start. Dave's putting together another nice year this year. Out of the mare Possessive, Gimme Gimme. I like clever names.
I do as well. 11-1 from that outside post. Pick 4 starts here. You can download free Equibase past performances and get all the stats on the horses, jockeys, trainers for all the races we're showing you today at NYRA.com/TV schedule. Now we showed you going to break. That man right there. He's on the 6-5 favorite here. He's one of 3 riders, along with Kendrick Carmouche we talked about earlier, and the man who's chasing yet another Eclipse Order, Rat Ortiz Jr., is the 3 tied for the meet lead coming into today. Dylan Davis, that breakout Saratoga summer for him, where he seemed to just really take his game to another level and did it just so consistently as well.
That's been the biggest change to me with Dylan Davis. He's always had the ability. Sometimes he lacked consistency, but I think with maturity and the way he's approaching the game, he's become ultra consistent, and he's put himself in a position where he's getting the attention of bigger outfits. Now, this is his time, his opportunity to start picking up those Breeders' Cup type horses, those Triple Crown contending runners. He certainly has built the resume. Now it's up to them to make the next step.
And he'll have chances in all 4 graded stakes on the card today, including the Queen's MG that was a shocker on opening day at Saratoga at 44-1, but then backed it up again with that Adirondack win. He'll also be on Carson's Run, one of his Grade 1 wins from the summer.
Yeah, now, you know, it's funny. Sometimes you get an opinion of a horse, and you have to be able to admit when you're 100% wrong. I was always of the opinion that, especially looking at Carson's Run from a physical perspective, he's like a miler type. Well, he won going a mile and 3/16, and he ran second last time going a mile and 5/16, only 110 yards shorter than he's running today. And with a better trip, he would have been closer last time.
Yeah, that was the Nashville Derby at Kentucky Downs. So he'll try and add the second of the 3 legs of that Turf Triple Series. His stablemate, Carson Run stablemate, Deterministic, could be a formidable foe as well.
Absolutely. Deterministic. It showed so much ability early on and looked like he was poised to go forward on the dirt, and ultimately he's found his home on the turf. But I have no problem thinking he'll stay the mile and 3/8.
Potentially a very big day for Dylan Davis coming up. Again on the even money favorite here. Let's go back to Acacia, though, and another of those leading riders at the meet next door on a 6-1 shot.
Yeah, Kendrick Carmouche going to be aboard the number 7, Monteavi, who is a horse that has not shown much as of yet, but is taking some attention and got that patented Kendrick warm-up, which I like, because this was a horse that I know it's from first time out, said that he was just very green, bolting away from the pony, just really acting up. So much more professional now in his 3rd start, warmed up beautifully out there on the track. He did have some trouble at the start last time out, breaking in, bumping his neighbor, and then off slow, but just no response after that. But another one that's getting that significant drop in class for the first time. And so hopefully with the kind of warm-up that he's having, will break cleaner and get into the race a little bit earlier. I think he's taking money just by virtue of the fact of just kind of not knowing where else to go with some of the horses that have run so far. The number 11, Gimme Gimme, I'm with Richie. I love the name. Very clever. One that looked like he just really needed a race and was breaking slow, really kind of climbing very uncomfortable early on in the race, and did run on between horses for a distant 3rd, and it was not a very fast race, but he did show a little bit, and encouraging that he could potentially take a step forward today. A little bit chatty back in the paddock. There were several that were a bit chatty, still 2-year-olds here and some inexperienced ones as well, but looks like he'd move forward out of that first race from a fitness perspective and should be a bit stronger in here today. I know that Papa Paulie P was green with the pony, but Jose Gomez warmed him up really nicely after that. So I'm going to stick with him at a bit of a price in here, but I think there's a lot of questions that these 2-year-olds have to answer in this race, Greg.
And we got several first-time starters, those that have run, even though some are getting, easier company. They got to prove it here with the drop in class. So there's a Rat Ortiz Jr., one of those 3 riders tied for the lead in the rider standings, coming off a 3rd straight Saratoga summer. where he's led the standings, and this one of 2 first-timers for the Dutro Barn.
Yeah, I think Irad is just an absolute marvel. I mean, look at the full dance card he has today, right? He misses 1 race, 2 races on the entire card. No, 1 race on the entire card, and you will get an effort, a hard ride from him in every one of his 11 mounts today. And it doesn't matter if it's a $10,000 claimer or a grade 1, he is going to give you a ride.
Just his will to win and that drive. I say it all, it's like, it's Mamba-like when Kobe was playing. He just, no matter what kind of race it is, you say, he always just has that, and it comes off. You see it on his face and his riding style.
Absolutely.
He wants it so bad.
The only rider that I can truly compare him to, because he has the same intensity, the same desire, the same level of compete, is Angel Cordero. And, you know, both riders hailing from Puerto Rico, and I'm sure Irad looked up to Angel, you know, as a kid. You know, Angel's a legend, and he approaches the game very, very much like Angel Cordero, toughest competitor I ever competed with.
Meanwhile, the stablemate to his mount for the Dutro Barn, Papa Pauly P, that's the one looks-wise Acacia preferred. There he is. We saw him acting up a little bit in the post-parade. What are you seeing now?
See, I actually was going to pick him, and him acting up with the pony kind of steered me a little bit away. He looks great on the racetrack. He's got the pedigree. The mare has produced 5 winners from 6 starters, including the stakes-winning Apple Picker, who won on debut as well. Slow work tab, right? I don't look at times, Greg, as much as I look at spacing of work. From the middle of August, this horse has worked every 6 days like clockwork. That tells you that's a healthy horse.
11-1, Papa Pauly P, who appears to have settled down. And speaking of Angel Cordero, the mentor to the rider of Papa Pauly P, Jose Gomez, been learning those lessons well.
Pay attention. You know, when you've got a resource like Angel Cordero, take full advantage of it. I wound up on the 10. Book it with Haddad. The horse took money on debut, returns as a gelding. Obviously, they felt like he didn't give an honest effort, and I just thought it a big price. And we know Ruben Silvera, one thing about him, he's aggressive.
Yeah, it seems like a quick give up on a horse that obviously it showed ability to take that money first time out. And now that ultimate equipment change, an easier company as well for start number 2. There he is stepping in line, set for the second here on this Saturday card from Belmont at the Big A here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Papa Pauly P, Saratoga Warrior, and horse to the outside is Gimme Gimme. Gimme Gimme, stepping forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Gimme Gimme breaks very well. Monte Avi goes with that early speed, and Papa Pauly P is in the early mix, but there's Stegosaurus, and Stegosaurus now with the neck in front. It's Stegosaurus who's up by a full length, has the speed towards the inside for Rabe. Right there in second is Papa. Pauly P is followed to the outside by Monte Avi. Out wider there is Gimme Gimme, that's the leading 4. At the rail progressing is Nikos, and Nikos is now in that shared 5th position with Saratoga Warrior, tightly in between horses 22 and 3, the opening quarter mile. Going to be mid-pack there, and towards the back end of the field is Rocked Out. They're very strung out as the leading group starts to get away. Book It with Haddad is under a drive far back with the 2 trailers, Viking Warrior and Danziger. They are still chasing now is Nikos, and Nikos found the seam at the rail, and Nikos is the leader. It's Nikos who's in front, Stegosaurus backed right out of it. Monte Avi is now ranging up to the outside. The complexion completely changes, 47 seconds flat for a half-mile time. It's now Monte Avi who's got the lead, trying to shake loose. Nikos battles on, and Gimme Gimme has got the momentum grandstand side. It's Gimme Gimme trying to come after Monte Avi. Also trying to get in the mix is Saratoga Warrior, who starts to collect the momentum, and here comes Saratoga Warrior in the green cap. It's Gimme Gimme in front, but Saratoga Warrior catching with every stride, and now Saratoga Warrior pushes by. Saratoga Warrior wins it. Gimme Gimme second, then Monte Avi is in a tight photo there with the oncoming strides. Book It with Haddad. Final running time, 1 minute 19.33 seconds.
Dylan Davis on the board with a big day to come on Saratoga Warrior. The favorite with that big drop in class. Obviously, we talked about faced a very good one in the debut.
Did, and came with that big late run. This is 2 races in, 2 very logical horses rallying from off the pace, and Saratoga Warrior took all that money on debut and justified it today. Took a lot of money. Loved the inside-out move, right? Save ground and then tip out to the clear, get out of that kickback, and then he gets over to his right lead right in here. Dylan has to correct him a touch, and then he finds more. Big effort for a horse they expected a lot of first time, and a nice effort from Gimme Gimme. Just comes up second best.
And we'll see if this one got taken away and claimed for $40,000 or not. But yeah, that tip out worked to perfection here in this race.
Love the inside out move. Save ground, but then get them in the clear where they're more comfortable after they've gotten to save all that ground. And you know, looked like Monteavi ran extremely well. Here comes Gimme Gimme making that first run. And then with the last run with that inside out move, here comes Saratoga Warrior. He's covered with that kickback, got in the clear. And you know, when a rider's really confident, Greg? When they start folding their crop down like that, kind of in a fancy manner, because they're thinking about getting their picture taken and how it's going to look. That's when a rider's confident.
6'11", 7'10". He should be confident the way he's been riding. He's been making all the right moves. What a season it's been for Dylan Davis. And again, he's got big opportunities in all 4 graded stakes later today.
Like I said, he's reached a point in his career where now he's got to get those opportunities on the national stages or the international stages like Breeders' Cup, like Triple Crown. That's the next step, and he has earned it. Hopefully, trainers are paying attention and he starts getting those kind of opportunities.
There he is. So 4 in full beginning, 2 races in on our Saturday card. Odds-on favorite in the opener, and now a 6-5 favorite here in race number 2 at Saratoga Warrior for Danny Gargan with Dylan Davis on the drop down in class, the win.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the races with a packed winner's circle for Saratoga Warrior, breaking his maiden on the drop in class and ridden to victory by Dylan Davis, who's here with me now. And Dylan, it just seemed like the company made a big deal of difference for this horse who had the experience second time out.
Yeah, I think it was a big deal here. Danny did a great job here, and he broke well. I just trying to keep him involved, but I kept him on in close quarters there going into the turn. Manny shot through the fence, so I opted to go towards the rail with him, and a little timid going in there, but a little encouragement helped him get through there, and saw an opportunity to get to the outside and swap to the outside down the stretch. And he's just a big moving horse, so once I switched over, he was able to run him down late and win. So.
A nice finish to break his maiden, and as I said, a crowded winner's circle. And with these partnerships, it has to be really fun for you guys too, with so many people getting a chance to share in the victory.
Oh, of course, yeah, I love the support and the big team and everybody, and the opportunity to ride for them is great. And I like to hear that cheer at the end, right across the wire first, so it's really nice, yeah.
A big celebration. We wanted to ask you, coming up later in the Frizette with the Queen's MG, Safi Joseph saying he thought that the wet track didn't help her. What were your thoughts on that performance last time in the Spinaway?
Yeah, I thought that was a big factor with her today, with her the last time, and she just couldn't get into rhythm going into the turn, and I thought that was that big factor. So we got a dry track today, and we're stretching out a little more, but I think she's going to be forwardly placed again. She's a very speedy, handy filly, and I think that's going to be good for her, and I think you're going to see a better run today.
Well, good luck later. Congratulations here.
Thank you. Right.
Dylan Davis waiting for the big ones as he's got a lot of selfies to take before he heads back, Greg.
He's got an opportunity to talk to Acacia a lot today and get that picture taken a lot today.
Yeah, your live mounts and live in stakes, and obviously he's really kind of taken his game to another level. And again, the consistency has been the biggest factor.
$4.40 winner, 2 favorites to kick off this Saturday card. We move on to the third 6-furlong sprints for 3-year-olds and up. First allowance condition race. And some talented veterans in this spot, like Defusky Island, like Tivy, and then a horse like Equivoke, who's coming off a long time away, who showed big talent for Todd Pletcher when he was running last year.
Yeah, listen, one thing we know about Todd Pletcher too, he knows how to get his horses prepared to run well off of the bench, particularly.
Beat a horse who could be your favorite for the Breeders' Cup Sprint this year in his debut.
Yeah, that's Mulligan, so much speed. I mean, it feels like over the last week or so, the sprint division's gotten a bit deeper, or maybe just a bit more clarity of who is going to be main contenders heading the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, again, this is the final big weekend of preps before that championship weekend early November. Pause for you. We see you again when?
Off 2 races, I'll be back.
All right. Andy Serling stepping in after a short timeout. We'll continue along as we work our way to the 4 graded stakes ahead. And Todd Pletcher, he'll have Tip Top Thomas looking for a 7th Champagne victory later to come on the road to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Stay with us.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside.
Goliath, razor sharp to score in the Thunder Road.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm. RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
At the top of the stretch, Shanghai Bobby. Shanghai Bobby is the leader now, and he's pulling away to lead by 2. Golden Sense is in an all-out drive. He's second. Fortify is third. Not today for Arch Warrior and Micromanage as they come down to the finish. It will go to Shanghai Bobby. Shanghai Bobby, the emphatic winner of the Champagne by 5 lengths.
Pretty good 2-year-old campaign Shanghai Bobby put together for Todd Pletcher. Perfect 5 for 5 out of this win. Going to take the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
He did over the well-known He's Had Enough, I believe, who won the Breeders' Cup. He was second to him. Might have been a maiden, I'm not quite sure. Shanghai Bobby, though, did have a championship season as a 2-year-old.
One of 6 winners in the Champagne for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. There's a look at the list. He'll try and add a 7th. Was supposed to be with 2 runners, uncaged, scratched, as we learned this morning. So it'll be Tip Top Thomas, the chance to deliver that 7th win. A horse who was favored first time out in that debut at Saratoga, and he got it done sitting just off the early pace.
And he could be the speed of the speed in today's race. And listen, there haven't been enough horses to really come out of this race. The 4th place finisher improved, but rated 2. The 2nd place finisher was a disappointing loser, but he didn't run that much slower in subsequent race. It was a good race on Travers Day, and let's see. I know that of those Breeders' those Champagne winners, I don't go Mo broke his maiden on Travers Day. I'm wondering how many of them might have broken their maidens on Travers Day, a day which often produces a pretty good-looking 2-year-old or 2 or 3.
So Tip Top Thomas, 7-2 morning line. Obviously, race starts with Chancellor McPatrick, the hopeful winner, who's a perfect 2 for 2 now, but we'll see which of these other youngsters steps up, and it could be anyone in that group. We look forward to it later today. Andy Serling, that voice you just heard, joining me on set, stepping in for the MIG. And look, so many big races this afternoon, and this truly is that big final weekend to try and get those tickets to the Breeders' Cup.
No, it really is. I mean, for everybody, wherever they're running, whether they're running here, California, or Keeneland, these are the last races before, I suppose, maybe you get a start of the QE2 next weekend at Keeneland. But this is put up or shut up time, and whether you're first or second, these horses need to show they belong. With Senza Parole coming out not only of the Frizette, but also the Breeders' Cup possibility. That Breeders' Cup filly's wide open. We did see Immersive win yesterday, but an 80 buyer, not exactly a figure that's going to scare anybody, not as impressive as the wet track win in the Spinaway. And right now, I think that juvenile filly is very much up for grabs.
Yeah, indeed. Our colleague Tom Amos, runner-up, finished there with Quick Kick. Good for him.
Yeah, nice to see him get second there. And Tom, I'm sure, imagine would be heading out to the Breeders' Cup.
Future Stars Pick 5 begins with the Frizette. You can play it on Naira Bets. Includes racing from Belmont at the Big A, Santa Anita, and Keeneland with all these big preps taking place. Oakleaf, Breeders' Futurity, where Ferocious back in action.
He's going to be a heavy favorite again, and maybe he should be.
Post again?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to help him, obviously. Being forward should help him. Look for him to be aggressive in there. And I think East Avenue will take a lot of play in there as well. And he may never have run in New York, but he is a Saratoga horse, East Avenue. We adopt him, right? It is the street that feeds into ours. The racetrack, so we're going to take him as ours.
12 minutes away from race 3. This race, again, 6 furlongs, first level allowance race. Equivoke, Silver Satin, Quick to Accuse, they're all taking money. Tivy should as well. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And we'll start off with the number 5, Silver Satin, who is a horse that ran a very fast race last time out in winning with that 91 buyer speed figure. And we'll see if he can do it again. But one that has been in good form recently for Jorge Abreu, winning 3 out of his last 4 starts and a couple of in the money finishes prior to that. You certainly can't knock his overall body of work. Does cut back in here to the 6 furlongs, which he's won at before. I actually prefer him a touch longer just by his physical. But walking in and before looking at the form, he was the one that just immediately catches your eye first and foremost. Incredibly fit, very athletic, looks like he's handling himself well. He was urged to the front last time out, and while he was one that kind of drifted out a little bit in the stretch, he was able to hold off his company late. So maybe, given the way that he ran last time, a little bit less ground might actually suit him, but he is the horse to beat. But as far as the 4 Equivoque does go, off that big layoff, as Greg mentioned, my first time laying eyes on him is he's only ever raced in Kentucky before, but watching his first couple of races, beat Mulligan at first asking, we know how good he is, and then last time out, he was kind of in chase mode throughout as the winner wired the field that day and kicked on best. And I thought a very solid effort from this horse, going perhaps a bit longer than he does prefer. So coming back, and oftentimes you will see Todd Pletcher bring horses back at 3/4 of a mile as a stepping stone race to maybe some longer races down the line. And I think that could be the case. He's pretty big, but he is a solid type of build. He's very well muscled, does look fit off the bench. And for Todd, with these kinds of layoff horses, especially in the dirt, they put the foundation in the mornings with those big breezes and those big gallop outs in particular. So while I do think that this is a stepping stone race for him, he could just be ready off the bench, and he has great energy here in the paddock. Now, the number 6, Bramito, won last time out after switching back to the dirt, which is definitely his preferred surface. He was a horse that was very antsy in the gate early on and then dropped very far back and came running late. He's a handful in the preliminaries. Typically does get very hot. He can be just a little bit tough to handle. He saddled with the pony here in the paddock. He's warm once again, but he's actually doing a bit better today. The one thing is that the front wraps do go on, which he has never worn before. So that's just something I noticed about him here in the paddock, but we'll see if he can do that race again as he does step into this open first level allowance company with one that obviously comes in off of a big race. See if he can keep the momentum going. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 6-1, Bramito. Dylan Davis will look for his second winner on this card. Look, obviously, Equivoque, the 4, coming off that long time away. We haven't seen him since May of last year at Churchill Downs. He's a very interesting horse to see what he can do coming back.
Right. I mean, the horse beat Mulligan in his debut, and Mulligan was obviously a Grade 1 winner now in the Forego, but he was a very, very good horse from day one. And this is him beating Mulligan. He could have been anything. The problem is, where has he been? And I looked up some stats on Todd Pletcher. Year-plus layoffs, and this one's been off 17 months. In dirt sprints, he's 3 for 19, 10 of them hit the board, but a 59-cent ROI. You got a lot of horses kind of look like this. And Nairi's just 1 for 10 with 4 hitting the board and a 46-cent ROI. Obviously, if he's able to run back to his 96 debut buyer, he's going to win this race. But how much can you trust that he's going to run a race like that? And for me, not at all.
And there's a couple of good horses he's going to have to face off that long time away in here.
It's not a candy field. He's going to have to run probably a figure in the range of 90 to win here. He can't run a 78 and beat this field. I mean, Silver Satin, I don't know if he repeats his last race, but he ran fast.
Tefusky Island will kick off the post-parade. Raylu Gutierrez at 8-1.
We'll see if Raylu can get him to show some speed like he used to have down on the inside.
Tivy, just a 2-time winner, but one of those wins came 2 starts back Saratoga.
And he projects to be the controlling speed, depending on what the 2 does. He jumped up the start and spotted the field about 4 or 5 lengths last time and actually ran pretty well.
Here's Equivoque, long time away for Todd Pletcher, but he's shown big talent.
Obviously, somewhere in there's a stakes quality horse, but whether or not you see that remains to be seen.
Silver Satin trying to win his 3rd in a row.
Not sure where his last came from, but he had shown flashes in the past. His last was good.
Huge step forward. Here's Bramito coming off that win for Linda Rice.
Yeah, well, you never know what you're going to get with Linda Rice, but this one would have to improve.
And Quick to Accuse put together back-to-back wins before a loss at Saratoga.
Yeah, he ran against General Partner. It was going to be stakes if he had stayed in the racetrack, and he stumbled badly at the break and going out for a barn that's been very, very hot. I thought he was very dangerous.
Mandatory pay, pick 5, begins in this 3rd race here coming up. As we take a look at Quick to Accuse. And you know, obviously you faced a pretty good horse, as you mentioned last time, and also had a little bit of a stumble out of the gate. Before that, though, a couple of impressive back-to-back wins.
Yeah, I mean, look at his odds last time. So it was obvious he was in against much tougher. But he was just a different horse when he came off that layoff. I mean, he came into the Coxmore from Horacio de Paz, and he just completely turned his life around, running a 92 and an 88 buyer in subsequent efforts back in March and April. Something must have gone wrong last time besides the stumble, because we now haven't seen him for 4 months. But if he can get back to this kind of form for a barn that has been on fire, he could be a handful. The one thing that concerns me, and I did pick him in here, is will there be enough pace for him to run at? And he's not a horse that has a lot of speed.
You talk about his barn, and it's one of the best barns in the sport, Brad Cox, who regularly wins. It's pretty amazing. I mean, with all his starters, wins at about 28% a year. This meet, he's 41%.
Well, he had been going into this week, and I think he's had a couple losers. He had been 12 for 22.
Unreal.
In his last 22 starters. So they've been running, and of course, he got his 4th Grade 1 of the season yesterday, winning the Alcibiades.
Not bad. Putting together another amazing campaign. Time to bring in, we miss you, Jonathan Kinchin. Why aren't you in the studio today, JK?
I had enough of that train business. Did they fix this train situation? Having to ride in Ubers with you, Wolfie, was enough for me to get out of Dodge. So when they fix that, I'll come back. For this race right here, look, I agree with Andy. The 3 Tivy on paper looks like a type of horse that does look like loose in here, does look like the controlling speed. But my fear is with Tivy is that Tivy's one of those horses that does project to be the horse who's in front, but doesn't feel like a horse that's really fast enough to take advantage of that against this group. I think Tivy will get to the front, will give you a cheap thrill, and I just think that one of these horses that's better than Tivy will run by him late, and for me, it's the 5 Silver Satin. This horse I thought ran well last time, got loose in here, but I don't think this horse necessarily has to be on the front end. And I think having a nice target in Tivy will help Silver Satin quite a bit. I'm hopeful that some late money will come in here and not make this horse the favorite, because while I do believe Silver Satin is a very likely winner of this race and a nice horse to pick in here, I'm not crazy about him going off at this short of a price. Quick to Accuse towards the outside at 3-1, also a little bit interesting in this spot at that price. But I'll officially hitch my wagon to the 5 Silver Satin, but I'm hoping that that yellow 2 stays away from the 5.
So JK going with the New York bred here. Silver Satin trying again to win his 3rd in a row. Co-favorite at 2-1 right now as you look at our analyst selections, and Acacia and Andy both going outside with Quick to Accuse.
Yeah, I mean, I just was hoping there would be enough pace. I like Tivy a little more than Jonathan does. I don't totally disagree with him. He may just not be good enough to win this race, even if he has a pace advantage on these horses, though he has run okay at times in the past. The problem that I have with Silver Satin, who's now 9-5, is he's kind of got to run that last race if he's going to win this race. And it's an aberrant effort where he's able to set a very moderate pace up in Saratoga. So I'm a little bit dubious that he's really a 91 buyer horse and wonder if he's more of a mid-80s type, which makes him very competitive with Tivy. And if Tivy has a pace advantage and has a bigger price, I think he's a better bet. I'm never betting Equivoque. How you pronounce it?
Equivoque.
Equivoque. I'm never betting him. If he wins, I lose. I can live with that. But I'm not betting these horses off long layoffs like that, especially with barns with lousy stats and those things. I like Quick to Accuse. He's the logical horse, I think, to me. I'd rather bet him at 3-1 because he's run a couple of races that are fast enough. Whereas Silver Satin, just to me, has that one race that makes him the 9-5 shot today. He runs his last race, he'll be tough. But I think he ran under a very ideal circumstance.
Well, as for Quick to Accuse, can he put that bad performance in much tougher field, obviously, last time out behind him? With more, let's go to Acacia.
He does have to turn things around, and I think it would be one thing for Quick to Accuse if you saw that disappointing effort, and then he did come back throughout the Saratoga meet, but he missed the whole summer. So I think it's safe to assume that maybe something went amiss out of that last race. And he did have a pretty significant stumble at the start going down to his knees, but it didn't put him actually in a bad position in the race, and he just had nothing late. But again, facing just much tougher company that day. I do wish this race was a little bit longer for him. I think he prefers just to touch more ground. But that said, he looked tremendous in here. He has great muscle mass on him. He handled himself very well throughout the preliminaries in this spot, and he is one that is going to be closing, but I just think that he has a bit of ability. And we saw some big warm-ups out there, including Silver Satin, who was very aggressive with Flavian Pratt, and the 3 Tivy had a big warm-up going right away from the pony. Just taken completely out of his comfort zone last time out when rearing up at the start, and actually looked like he was making a bit of a menacing move at the pace holding together that day. But he's one that needs to be forwardly placed. And if I'm just going off warm-ups, there should be enough pace given how those horses were moving out there on the track. But Tivi's one that no matter how often he races, he always carries a lot of condition. My man is a good doer for sure. But like I said, he's one that should be sharp right out of there today, and we'll try to take them every step. I do wonder if he'll have some company, but I think when he gets back to his preferred running style, it makes him a player in here, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 5-1 on Tivi. And look, Defusky Island, who is inside, and there's Tivi. He used to be extremely quick, not quite as quick as he used to be.
At one time, he was very fast. I totally agree with you. He just hasn't had that speed lately, but I think he is the most likely one to be showing speed along with Tivi here if it's more than one horse in front.
Again, a mandatory pay. Pick 5 begins in this race. We have a couple of them today. Another one begins in that 5th race, that Jockey Club Derby Invitational with Carson's Run. And of course, stablemate deterministic.
And of course, the 8th race is the late pick 5 as well, and a pick 6 carryover, almost 25,000 in race number 7.
A lot to look forward to today, including 4 graded stakes still ahead. Those winning your ends for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and Juvenile with Chancellor McPatrick. First things first.
Now Equivoke is the lukewarm favorite here. He's a 10-cent favorite for $1. 7.10 is double versus 7.20 with Silver Satin. Narrow third choice is Quick to Accuse.
And look, it wasn't just his debut beating a horse who now might be certainly one of your main contenders, maybe favorite for the Breeders' Cup Sprint in that debut. That next start, Bo Cruz was incredibly highly regarded, finished well clear Classic Legacy, who's gone on to become a very good horse. So he's shown a lot of talent, but that is a long time away to make him a favorite, isn't it?
I would never bet a horse like this, especially from that barn, from a barn that historically does not. They're a barn that has a lot of very fast debut winners that disappear, and when they come back, they can win, but this is a long layoff, and I gave the stats. Just 1 for 10 at Naira, year plus layoff in dirt sprints over the last 5 years, with only 4 hitting the board, including a third place finish at 35 cents to the dollar with Following C.
He, nevertheless, is the favorite here on the return, off since May 6th of last year for Todd Pletcher. Equivoke the 4. Arad Ortiz Jr. not helping his price either. He usually gets overbet, and there he is stepping in as much as he wins. 3 of the 6 in this field between 2-1 or 3-1. Silver Satin next door, one of them, and Quick to Accuse on the outside. Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the third from Belmont at the Big A on our FS1 coverage.
Ramito goes in. Quick to Accuse, last to load. Quick to Accuse. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside from Tivi and Defusky Island. They're 1-2, and they go hard at it. As Quick to Accuse is trying to join them, is now stalking from third. Equivoque is in behind horses, is back in the 4th position, hustled along. Second to last, Silver Satin, and the early trailer, Bramito, is at the back end of affairs. Is 7 lengths to trailer. Now 8 does the front 2 speed away. Defusky Island, right to the front, has less than 4 furlongs to go. Has been pressured here from Tivi, and these two move quickly. 22.44 for that opening quarter mile. Quick to Accuse is all alone in third, is 5 lengths off the pace duel up front. Equivoque has lost some ground. Silver Satin starts a rally from the back, and the trailer is Bramito. The front 2 are head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Defusky Island to the inside and Tivi to the outside. These two throw it down at the top of the stretch. Quick to Accuse is within range, is still about 5 off the battling duo as they approach that final furlong. The closers are coming now. It is still towards the outside. Battling on there is Tivi. Defusky Island won't give up. Quick to Accuse is ready to pounce, and Bramito from far, far out of it. Bramito was last, but Bramito is now first, and Bramito has pushed by. Bramito wins it. Quick to Accuse second, then a late run there. Silver Satin grabs third over Defusky Island in 1:10.59 seconds.
Wow, Bramito, who did not seem to have a race that matched up against these runners, was coming off a win, goes back-to-back. Dylan Davis again.
It's always satisfying at the racetrack when the worst horse in a race wins the race. And there's really no question, looking at their PPs, that he's the most improbable winner you could possibly find in this race. And obviously, when Defusky Island was aggressive, it helped set it up for the closers, and they went fast early. And Defusky Island did well to hold on for, I think, 4th in this race, all things considered. The race came apart at the end. No excuse for my horse, Quick to Accuse. He had a perfect trip stalking. Just got outclosed by a horse that's absolutely 100,000% impossible to make on paper. I don't know what to say about a horse like this. I really don't. I mean, okay, the race collapsed. So what? So what? What race does he have that makes him a contender?
Huge step forward today.
By the way, when he won at $2.45 the dollar last time, he was the weak half of the entry. I had liked him last time. Couldn't bet because they were betting the other half of the entry. With a good setup that day, he ran a race that was 5 lengths too slow to win here.
Claimed out of, look, it was Norm Cassie moved him to turf, trying him at Saratoga. Linda Rice claimed him out of that race for $50,000. Now back-to-back wins since the claim.
Well, he's obviously a sprinter, and you know they were running him in the wrong spots for much of his career. Having said that, listen, he ran a 6.87 Beyer in his debut, albeit in the slop, back at Ellis last year, and maybe he just should have been sprinting all along. But having said that, his last race got him nothing here. But this race fell apart, and I guess a lot of horses underachieved. I guess. I don't know what to say.
Biggest price on the board, Bramito. Now back-to-back wins at 10-1, 6-7-5-2, and back-to-back wins for that man right there. Dylan Davis setting himself up well. Some early mojo with still mounts in all 4 graded stakes. Later today in that 2-year-old division at Keeneland, the Breeders' Futurity, presented by Claiborne, and Ferocious. Coming off that runner-up finish to Chancer McPatrick, who we'll see in the Champagne, trying to rebound.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. 4 graded stakes races to come, including big ones, grade 1s in the 2-year-old division and the Frizette and Champagne. Dylan Davis will have mounts in both. He's already off to a 2-win Saturday afternoon. Wins with Vermito here. For trainer Linda Rice, let's go down to Acacia.
And here with Linda as Vermito gets back-to-back victories. And Linda, since claiming this horse, it seems you have found what he wants to do, and that's sprinting on the dirt.
Yes, he ran very well at Saratoga for us off the claim and going 6.5. And I told Dylan today, I said, look, I think there's quite a bit of speed in here, and we're going to probably be coming from last once again. And it looks like he's starting to like this, you know. So
he's figuring things out, and as I had even mentioned in the paddock, he's just more relaxed today, but he seems like he is a bit of a quirky type, especially before the race.
Yeah, he was a handful in the paddock at Saratoga, so today we were prepared for him. You know, we had a pony in the paddock and whatnot, and Dylan said he was pretty fresh with him in the post-parade, so he's a little hot, you know, all the time, but maybe with age maturity he'll come through that.
He's starting to channel it into those runs, but wanted to ask you coming up about Yo Daddy, scratching out of the Giaponte to go a little bit longer in the Jockey Club Derby. Can you talk a little bit about that decision?
Yeah, I think that he seems like a horse that can really get 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles. I think those distances are in his wheelhouse, and I think that it'll be an easier pace situation going 1 mile 3/8 than it would be at a flat mile. He may be a better dirt horse than he is a turf horse, but we plan to put him on the lead and see how far he goes.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing him later. Good luck with that horse, but congratulations here, Linda.
Thank you, Keisha.
Vermito, Greg, as Linda said, looks like he's starting to like this whole racing thing.
Well, nice claim from Linda Rice. She took advantage and has put him back to certainly what he wants to be doing. That's sprinting on the dirt, and now back-to-back wins.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's never had a chance to sprint until Linda claimed him. I'm not exactly sure what they were thinking about with a lot of his starts, but still, even off his last win, and I don't know what pace Linda thought was going to be there. It did materialize. There was a fast pace. It happens once every 3 months in New York, so I guess she predicted it well. I tip my hat to her. I don't know how that horse could win that race.
Part of the Future Stars Pick 5 that you could play on Naira Bets out at Keeneland today. Obviously a very big name going to be lining up in that Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Runner-up in the hopeful to Chancer McPatrick. He was the odds-on favorite in that race. Ferocious, who looked like mid-stretch he might be done. He wound up switching leads and re-rallying.
No, he did. I mean, and I think it was a decent effort by him. I don't know exactly what to make of him. You know, a lot of talk's been, the track has been sort of speed-friendly at Keeneland. I haven't done enough work on the race to know if he's the controlling speed. You'd certainly think he could be the forward horse, break from the inside. We'll see how good East Avenue is. He's a horse that's habitually overbet. You know what I mean? Ferocious. He's a horse that they just love. He was overbet the hopeful, and he'll probably be overbet here. I wouldn't be surprised if he's odds-on in this race.
Well, it's high-profile connections, obviously. Ramiro Restrepo. Finding him, who
not exactly high profile, but Mage sort of put them on the map.
Exactly.
I know where you're going. And
$1.3 million, that shows up as well.
And his name sounds like Fierceness. So he's got that going for him, too. There may be people betting him, think it's Fierceness running in this race. I would like Fierceness probably in here, even if he didn't get his needed perfect trip. I want to see what he does today. You know, all of these races are learning as we go forward towards the Breeders' Cup, and he's the horse to beat. But Eastern Avenue could be pretty good. He was highly touted before his debut, and he delivered.
And, you know, Dapper Moon, too, for Dallas Stewart. His second time out. Graduated with a 5-length win at the end of that Saratoga meeting, August 31st.
No, he was good. I agree. He's got to overcome an outside post and get the right kind of position and get it done. But I agree. He ran fast last time, and he's not the only horse out of the incentive pay race that ran a much faster fig they did in their debut.
And, you know, he was off very slow in that debut. He ran a huge effort to get second, and then at 9-2 puts in this performance, going 7 furlongs. Did not appear at all to be getting leg very late.
No. Listen, they're young horses. Some are going to step forward, some are going to handle the distance, some aren't. And it's a good time to find out about horses.
Fun Saturday of action coming up, as we'll see, likely after today. It was going to be the main players in a lot of these Breeders' Cup races, certainly in the juvenile and juvenile fillies. And that race, part of that Future Stars Pick 5 sequence. Again, it begins 3:17 Eastern Time with the Grade 1 Frizette for 2-year-old fillies here on our card as we move on to race 4. 7 furlongs in this race coming up. It's a $20,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. The 9-5 favorite, Natural Harbor, Brad Cox off the claim, and this one, two-back, had been with Linda Rice, got claimed off of her last start.
Drops down off the claim, and you've seen Brad Cox claiming horses in New York for owner Sandy Goldfarb and having a lot of success with him. I didn't try to beat this favorite. I didn't have a good alternative. Though I think Air Show's a little interesting on the rail. Second off a layup.
6-1 for Rudy Rodriguez. Brother Gustavo has the 3, and there he is, Sagamore Mischief. We'll have the story of the Rodriguez brothers. Started together, now both out on their own. They'll be going head-to-head in the 4th.
And they're off in the Curlin Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the World's Marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding big horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back, it was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10 years.
This little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I was pushing him, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijack to win the Kelso Handicap. Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, like everything else, some days good, some days bad, but
no,
we keep moving along.
For most of the time, good, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together, you know.
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
Yeah, I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
There's a look at Rudy Rodriguez. He'll have air show 4-1 right now from the inside post, and right next door in the starting gate with the 2 scratched. His brother Gustavo Rodriguez will have Sagamore Mischief.
Looking to revive Sagamore Mischief. He does get him off a trainer change, same owners, an avoided claim last time out. I thought air show second off a layoff a little interesting. I'd want a better than 4-1 price on him, but I thought he was a little interesting if you wanted an alternative to the favorite, the number 5 Natural Harbor.
So 5-1 on each of the 2 Rodriguez runners in this race coming up. Meanwhile, outside, Jamie Ness showing up here on the NYRA circuit with Legal Deal. Horse who is showing speed going longer, is going to slightly cut back in distance today.
And I was just giving some stats to you. You and I were talking off camera, and as a friend of mine had alerted me this about a month ago. If you look up the stats for Jamie Ness with his claiming horses in New York, and this horse is a claimer running for $20,000. Over the last 5 years, Jamie Ness has run 22 horses in claiming race. Keep in mind, this is the king of the claiming race. He's like 40% off the claim with dirt routers with like 600 starters or something insane. He's won for 22 with his claimers when he's come to NYRA, so he has had less than no success with the claiming horses. When he's won here, they've been allowance types. Just sort of an interesting statistic and an anomaly for a trainer who wins at a very, very high percentage. I'm not kidding you. Off the claim, I looked this up, off the last 5 years, he's exactly 33% with, I think, 673 horses off the claim. I believe he's 224 for 673 off the claim, with 70% of them hitting the board. The ROI is $1.73. They're not big priced horses, but, you know.
Well, this horse, though, gets a lot of good things to happen for him, right? With his tactical speed, he's drawn outside.
I agree. He's a very logical horse in this race. I mean, forgetting about all that other stuff, he's a logical horse. I think the question people are going to ask is, and it's a fair question, you can make of it whatever you want. This is a trainer that wins at a very high percentage. A lot of times at Parks, Delaware, they don't come here and run like they run down there. That's the point.
Meanwhile, 7-5 favorite, Natural Harbor. And Jonathan, let's bring you back in when he's been very good. He's utilized that speed that he has.
No, absolutely. And look, you know, he didn't run particularly well last time, but now he's switching to Brad Cox's barn. And Brad Cox doesn't do much of this claiming situation anymore. He's been doing it a little bit more as of late for Sandy Goldfarb. He's more of a $1 million yearling type now, Brad Cox. He's got great numbers in this situation. This horse is taking money into the teeth of a high percentage trainer in Jamie Ness with the 10 who has fast figures. That tells me that whatever happened last time with the 5, the bettors and the public don't think is going to happen here today. So I'm going to go with the 5 as the top choice, Natural Harbor, to run back to those previous races for Linda and potentially even improve. And if this horse takes a step forward, I think could be very tough. If you're looking for an alternative, I thought the 6 Super Chief was a little bit interesting. Second time, sometimes for good claiming operations, I don't necessarily hold it against them for them running poorly the first time, right? They're kind of in the dark sometimes about some of these horses' quirks, how they want to be ridden, and sometimes a poor performance can have them learn something, figure something out, and then make an adjustment moving forward. And that's how I feel about the Cantor Mossies as a whole. Good trainers, and hoping that whatever went wrong last time they can resolve at 9-1. But I'll take the 5 as my top choice. I'll use the 6 underneath.
3-2 favorite for the public, for JK as well. He's going to use this one underneath there as we see Raylu Gutierrez hop aboard Super Chief.
Raylu's really is like Madonna, you know, Raylu. It's just like he's like a one.
That's all you need to say.
You don't really need the Gutierrez. It's not necessary. Yeah, I had him third. I picked Natural Harbor too. I copped out with a favorite as well. I picked at 5-1-6. I was mostly trying to play against the 10, just assuming the horse, good chance the horse wouldn't run as well here as he was running out of town.
Here comes our post-bred. We're going to start with Rudy Rodriguez and his air show, Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, he came off the layoff. Maybe he needed a race. He has some back races to get to. Thought he's a little interesting.
Brother Gustavo was Sagamore Mischief. Dylan Davis looking for number 3.
If you like him, you're hoping that he can refine some past decent form off a trainer change, but it's been a while since he's had any good form.
8-time winner here, honorary degree.
Yeah, but probably not going to be a 9-ton winner after today. It's a tough spot.
Favorite 7-5 with Manny Franco, Natural Harbor.
Yeah, obviously last time things didn't go well, and you worry a little bit about the claim and the drop down, and I do at a short price, but I just couldn't make a case for anyone else, and it seems like these Goldfarb Cox claims are winning.
Second off the claim, claimed awful Mike Maker, Super Chief.
I do think he's dangerous, but I don't like the fact that Maker dropped to the very bottom.
Okay, Cantor Mossy Barn. Alternate Reality, big long shot.
You'll feel like you're in one if he wins.
Joking Way, Christopher Elliott rides.
He actually has some things to like. He didn't even run that badly last time. He's a bigger price than he should be because of connections.
Perfect Flight with Katie Davis, still in sister.
Takes a big drop down, second off the claim for Lamita Shimongo, who has had her share upsetters.
And the 12-time winner. We talked about the struggles, though, for this barn in claiming races in New York. Jamie Ness, Legal Deal.
First and second, 22 of 49 starts. That's impressive.
Still to come on the card. Were you going to add something?
Well, I was going to say he won 9 of his first 27 starts with 6 seconds. He slowed down.
Go ahead.
3-2. I like that focused warm-up under Manny
that
Franco.
I mean, this is always the case. Obviously, your prices are dependent on who you're running against. But I think this is a race where people are having trouble finding a strong other horses to bet on, particularly when the 10 is a little untrustworthy.
Yeah, board sort of reflects that
Right.
a little bit. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Still to come. Grade 1 Champagne with Chancellor McPatrick, of course, back in 2019. We didn't yet know how good he'd become, the New York bred for Sakatoga Stable and Barclay Tag. It was Tiz the Law.
I remember Manny Franco picked up the mount on him. Junior Alvarado had ridden him in his debut, and he was riding for Jimmy Jerkins. I think the co-favorite in this race, Green Light Go. Wow, that's impressive. And I remember talking to Manny Franco earlier in the day and saying to him, you picked up one heck of a mount in the Champagne and being excited about it. And, you know, I know his career ended in a downswing. He didn't do well in the Breeders' Cup. He was an extraordinarily good horse, and his Travers was a huge, huge performance. And it took a giant performance by Authentic to beat him in the Derby. I think a lot of us just we didn't trust that Authentic could do it in 1.25 miles. When he ran a big race, and I mean, Tisla ran a race that would have won a lot of Kentucky Derbies.
It was a year, of course, the Belmont Stakes kicked off the Triple Crown, and Tiz-the-Law won that with no one here. Won the Travers to empty stands. Just a strange year because of COVID, but amazing for those connections to find another big horse like that, a small group who, of course, had Funny Side, and then they find another horse like that.
It's amazing. I mean, literally 2 needles in a haystack. Incredible.
4 minutes to post. Here in this fourth, let's go back down to Acacia.
And I love the Tiz the Law reminiscing. Such a fun horse. And I think, Andy, you really said it well, that there were a lot of comments during that COVID year and saying, oh, it's such a shame that fans didn't get a chance to see Tiz the Law in person. And while I do agree with that, kind of commenting that it was really the horse that maybe we all kind of needed throughout that year, a tough year with the pandemic going on, but such a fun horse here in New York and a New York bred to follow as well. But taking a look at Manny Franco's mount in this race coming up in Natural Harbor, yes, as we've discussed, Brad Cox claiming for Sandy Goldfarb has done very well in the past year. 8 for 18 off the claim, with 14 out of the 18 finishing in the money. Just really remarkable stats for a limited sample size. Now, Secret Rules won that race, would come back to win again with an 85 buyer speed figure. And I just thought that Natural Harbor looked uncomfortable throughout every step of the race in there. Not exactly sure what happened with him, but thought that he ran fine. 2 starts back for 25,000. So while it is a little bit of a drop off the claim, given how he had run for a comparable race, I thought 2 starts back just kind of made a little bit of sense in here. And like I said, with Brad Cox off the claim, he's a big robust son of Munnings. It looks the same as he always does. Warmed up nicely out there on the track, and I'm not going to try to go against him in here. The number 10, Legal Deals. You guys were touching on a bit of the wild card in here as he does come in and cut back in distance. I don't mind that. He was pretty sharp, a little bit of a handier type of frame and acting like one that should be able to go a bit shorter. Broke running and was able to control things on the front end, but as soon as another horse came up alongside him, he just kind of threw in the towel and ended up fading. So wondering if he does have quite enough punch and if he's able to just get things his own way, or we're going to see him maybe just not quite stack up. And with those interesting stats Andy mentioned with some claiming horses, from a physical perspective, he certainly stacks up fine with his company in here. The number 1, Air Show, I think is going to run better today. He's a horse that carries a lot of conditioning and was coming off of a pretty long layoff there from January to September, not having run in 8 months, was protected that day as well. Brighter Days Ahead was a very short price and ran a very big figure that day as well. Also thought that last time Air Show got very hot in the preliminaries, like I touched on earlier, oftentimes an indication of a horse that needs a race. Great energy today, lovely warm up, not hot, definitely a little bit more tucked up and defined, and I think that he is going to put forth a better performance this afternoon, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 3-2. Love the way this horse is warmed up. Looks like certainly ready to go. Brad Cox, Manny Franco. And by the way, back to Super Chief for a moment. Ilkay Cantermachi, his brother, final starter later today, the great Evie Jets, who has turned the corner for those connections.
Is Matt listed as the trainer in the Keeneland race? Is that what you're saying?
No, I believe
he was his final starter before he took a little hiatus on
I
us?
think that is going to be, Matt's final starter.
Oh, he's still listed.
Yeah, still
That's
listed.
interesting because, I mean, the understanding is, and I spoke to both he and Ilkay up in Saratoga, that he's taking a little time off, and hopefully he'll be back, and we miss seeing him.
Absolutely.
They're such good guys.
But that was such a neat filly, now mare,
Amazing.
that complete like $80,000 claim.
How much has she
became
made since the claim? I mean,
a multiple graded stakes winner for them.
Made well over $500,000. She claimed her. She's worth plenty of money too. No, I agree. It's a very cool horse.
7-5 on Natural Harbor. Super Chief just left the screen. And here's Air Show again for Rudy Rodriguez. So 5-1, Ruben Silvera, and there's some positives because it's the second back, as you mentioned, off a long layoff.
The thing about him is, I think he's a little better if you think the pace is going to be faster. Though when he was running well, he was sitting close enough to the pace. Can he refine that form? I mean, he hadn't run that badly 3 and 4 back, obviously competitive off those races. Something went wrong on January 12th when he ran so poorly. They laid him up, and he came back, and he was bad again. So the question is, how much you trust whether or not he can refine that form? I wouldn't take 5-1 to find out. I think he should be a bigger price than that, to be honest. The thing is, it's a race where there aren't really that many alternatives, right? There is, I mean, listen, even the favorite, and I picked the favorite, but he was awful last time, and he's claimed from a sharp trainer in Fernando Abreu and being dropped immediately. Sharp owner in Sandy Goldfarb knows how to claim and win, but it's still a claim for $32,000 on a horse that ran badly and is running for 20. And to just say, well, I'm not worried about it, that's ridiculous, you know?
How do you feel about that race? He was more than 9-1 that day.
Well, he was bad. I mean, I realize he wasn't likely to win that race, but he was bad. I mean, it's one thing if he finished 5th or 6th, beaten 6 lengths, you'd say he just wasn't good enough to win. I mean, he was atrocious. Now, it's an aberrationally bad effort. On the other hand, claimed away from Linda Rice, runs that bad effort, now claimed and dropping down. I picked him, but he's 6-5, Greg. Does he really feel that appealing as a 6-5 shot?
He's got speed, drops down. He's usually been pretty consistent, and he's looked sensational.
And with
leading
the 2
up to the
scratched, the 3 and 5 feel like they're the forward horses on what may be a little bit less of a hectic pace.
There he is, the favorite with Manny Franco, Brad Cox Barn, looking for his 5th career win here, this 4-year-old. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call, the 4th from Belmont at the Big A.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. Natural Harbor has got speed, and also towards the inside, Sagamore Mischief joining that early fray with Super Chief. Going to be about 5 wide up the racetrack, and Legal Deal is in that early mix as well. And joining them, here's Honorary Degree, but Natural Harbor is quickest. It's Natural Harbor and Manny Franco up by a head. Honorary Degree wants to apply pressure, wants to go, is now stalking in that 2-path, and following them is Super Chief out wider. Also moving forward, Legal Deal in between horses, Joking Way. Christopher Elliott just had to tap on the brakes, and Steady is in the 5th spot with Sagamore Mischief, who broke with the leaders in that early group of 5. Less than a half mile to go. Super Chief has lost ground, is now in 6th, gets passed to the outside by Alternate Reality from the back. Also, Perfect Flight is rallying on, and Air Show is under a full drive. They're pretty tightly bunched here as they're well into the far turn. Natural Harbor has steered clear. It's 46.37, and Natural Harbor doing it very easily and nicely so far. Manny Franco took a look back, and Natural Harbor looks to have plenty as they reach the top of the stretch. Natural Harbor hugs the rail and kicks away. Honorary Degree continues to give game chase, and Sagamore Mischief in that mix, and Alternate Reality on the far outside. Perfect Flight, but Natural Harbor just keeps extending the margin. Inside the final furlong, they went 1:11 flat for 3/4 of a mile. Natural Harbor showing no signs of stopping. Natural Harbor is going to win this one gate to wire. Sagamore Mischief second, Alternate Reality, then a photo. That was Legal Deal with Super Chief in 1:23 and 4.
He looked great warming up. Natural Harbor, the favorite, puts that bad race behind him, and now he's 5 for 15 lifetime.
Yeah, he was able to control in what was a pretty controlled pace in this race. And listen, his good races were better than these. I don't think he ran his A race, but his B race or B- race may have been good enough to be effective here, as he obviously just trounced the field with the number 3. Sagamore Mischief getting second, the Blanket for third. I think the long shot, the 7, got third in here.
6-5 favorite with the victory. 8-1 underneath Sagamore Mischief, and yeah, it looks like 31-1 Alternate Reality checking in third here, but no doubt about a winner.
Yeah, he was comfortable the whole way. It's interesting with the Jamie Ness horse running fourth at 5-2. It is I think it's a stat for people to pay attention to. You know, it just seems like you probably want to give a little more credence to his allowance types he ships here over the claimers.
Oh, and you can tell this guy knows he won here. On his toes.
He's wondering what barn he's going to be in
time.
next.
Yeah, he may be gone again. In for 20. Probably going to be a short stay with Brad Cox. 5, 3, 7, 10. Favorite at 6-5. It's Natural Harbor with the victory. 3 favorites through the first 4 races on the card still to come. Carson's Run, named after this young man. Carson Yost suffers from Wolf-Hirschhorn syndrome. We'll have his story and the story behind the naming of Carson's Run when we come back.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Saturday coverage here on FS1. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including a Pick 6 carryover. We still have to come later on this afternoon, and a mandatory pay Pick 5 beginning in the next race in the Grade 3 Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Natural Harbor, just too good today against this group.
Yeah, they dropped down for a reason. He got it done. Could he have won at a slightly higher level? Possibly, but they got the money, and I'm going to guess he was claimed out of this race, but I don't know for sure. 5th win, and when he's good, he's usually forward. He didn't have that opportunity to be forward last time. No. And today he got the lead. The 2 scratching certainly took some pace out of it. The 3 was not aggressively ridden. I don't think he broke that badly. Get it done.
And even though he didn't win, Dylan Davis, runner-up finish. 2 wins and a runner-up through the first 4 on the card for Dylan, who again has mounts in all 4 stakes races to come, including, of course, who right now is a 4-5 favorite in the first of those 4 graded stakes. That Grade 3 Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Dylan will be on Carson's Run. I don't believe 1-4 is correct. I'm seeing 4-5.
Yeah, he's 4-5. He is favored in doubles, and probably in the 7-8-5 range. Interestingly enough, a heavy favorite in the Pick 5 is the 5, Deterministic, who looks to be clearly the 3rd choice on the board.
That's his stablemate, Carson's Run. Well, it's been a touching story, certainly, with this horse and the naming of him. He's become a multiple Grade 1 winner already and a chance to add another graded stake ahead. With more, let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, I had the chance to sit down for a very special feature. Since 2018, the racing world has watched a beautiful story develop, and the inspiring bond between a young boy with disabilities, Cody Dorman, and his namesake, a horse, eventual Horse of the Year, Cody's Wish. Terry Finley of West Point Thoroughbreds was inspired by this story and wanted to bring that same type of joy to a longtime friend of his whose son suffers from the same genetic disorder. Tell me a little bit about your relationship with Wade Yost and how you all came to know one another.
Wade spent 20 years in the military. He retired in 2006, and we all graduated together in '86. I think we met like 42 years ago when we were plebes at West Point. About 6 years after we graduated, the Gulf War started, and he spent a lot of time around the burn pits. The kids that were born from the soldiers that returned from that period of time, if you look at the numbers, there are about 3.5 million kids that are born every year. And I think over the last 10 years, there have been on average 78 that had challenges at birth and in their lives. And like, of course, Carson being one of them. Carson is 32 years old. You know, if you look at the graphs, he probably should not have made it to 20 years old, but he's a fighter every single day.
I think people in racing became a little more familiar with the disease that Carson suffers from in Wolf-Hirschhorn syndrome, the same situation we saw Cody Dorman affected by. But for Carson, he's not able to communicate as much as Cody was.
All of us are hopeful that Carson, while he can't communicate outwardly, the love and the joy and the excitement can go back into him. Carson's Run is really providing him something that he's never had in his life. He's never had a chance to walk, and he's never had a chance to obviously run.
Carson's Run puts his head in front. Carson's Run wins it over Moonlight.
When did you decide you wanted to name a horse after Carson and be able, like you said, to bring the family along on that journey?
Wade and I have been talking about doing something in the horse business, and ironically, it was on the Derby broadcast that he saw, the whole Cody's Wish story, and he, as soon as he saw Cody, he knew that they had the same issue. And so the Dormans and the Yosts, they got together at the Breeders' Cup, and everything just fell into place. Quite frankly, I don't know how or why. It just popped in my head. Like when we bought him, I remember Wade was my first call.
It was one of the most incredible moments when Carson the horse and Carson the human got to meet at the Breeders' Cup. And he was so gentle. That amazing quality of the thoroughbred was really on display.
I remember that day, they had never been around horses, and Carson, the horse and the young man just make that connection, and their parents saw that right away. And I think everybody that was around us, we all knew that we were seeing something special.
Carson's Run on the outside with big strides to the lead.
The odds of two young men with really loving families from two different parts of the country to come together through racing, that there is, I'd say, something else at work here. And you think about God's grace, and you think about how he sends signals to us. And I really do. I think this is a signal. You know, all of us have a chance to give these kids something, right, that they hadn't had before.
And Carson's Run at the horse, a multiple Grade 1 winner coming in off a second-place finish at Kentucky Downs last time out, your favorite here in the Jockey Club Derby coming up. And I'm always amazed when you see horses named after people, and especially with stories like that. It's a lot of added pressure, but to see a horse like Carson's Run take that step forward from 2 to 3 and be a very good horse on the track, as well as having that lovely namesake, and the story behind the scenes, Greg, really is a picturesque bow on that story, and we'll see if he can keep the momentum going today.
Well, it was almost unbelievable what we saw play out with Cody's Wish, and named, you know, after Cody Dorman, eventually becoming Horse of the Year. Such a moving story in this sport that really caught on. And, you know, Carson's Run, this horse, very precocious as a 2-year-old. Seemed like that form fell off a little bit, and he's gotten very good again.
Yeah, I mean, you really think he only had that one bad race in the Woodhaven, and something kind of went wrong. He took a right turn coming in the stretch, and clearly he just didn't run his race. That Tail of the Cat, I thought it was a race that was much better than it looked at Monmouth, and he proved it when he won the Saratoga Derby. I mean, obviously, listen, this is a good year to have a decent male turf horse, because there's no superstars in that division, and that's being kind. You think about last year with Farbridge and Program Trading and Web Slinger. There were some tough horses out there. It's a much more wide open division. I actually prefer the other Clement runner in this race.
I was going to ask you, Deterministic, who we were excited about on the Triple Crown Trail after that performance in the Gotham. Even money and 4 to 1. Should there be that much of a discrepancy between these two?
I don't know that there will be by post time. It's interesting. If you look at the pick 3s and the pick 5s, Deterministic is the favorite. So I kind of wonder how things are going to play out. It's hard to know. What I don't understand about Deterministic is who made the decision that he's not a speed horse. Because I don't think rating him has proven to be a particularly effective strategy. Okay, he won last time at even money by a neck. But isn't the Gotham arguably the best race he ever ran? He was right off a pretty fair pace that day. Why not be aggressive with him? They want to go to the lead with Yo Daddy because Linda assumes they'll rate him and there's no other speed. Catch him by surprise and go to the lead, and it'll be Farbridge in the Sword Dancer Redux.
That is what Joel Rosario did for this barn, yes, in that Grade 1 win. Did it obviously very differently. Next time out, Joe Hirsch, Turf Classic, but back-to-back Grade 1 winner. Maybe that is in the cards for Deterministic, but we're certainly wishing the Wade Yost family, Carson Yost, all the best with this horse here, named in Carson's honor. Carson's Run, Grade 1 winner of that Saratoga Derby Invitational back in August, trying to add the Jockey Club Derby Invitational as a short price favorite when we come back.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
50, down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
$1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $150,000, $1,550,000 $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
650-75. Buy them.
Respect them.
75. Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal as well. We got the trio on the desk right now. I'm Greg Wolf, with me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Sterling, former champion jockey Richie Migliori here, as well as we get set for the first of 4 graded stakes on the card coming up.
I'm not only looking forward to that, I'm looking forward to us discussing at length the 1947 Carter. But that'll be coming up
that
later.
That may
so
happen
stick
at
around.
some point. Jockey Club Derby Invitational next. We were talking, Mig, about Carson's Run. Before we went to break, even money favor right now, trying to take the second of these back-to-back legs of this Turf Triple Series.
Yeah, and listen, I said earlier when I was on with you, Greg, that I was always of the opinion that I thought he was going to be more of a miler type. Well, he ran second in a 1 5/16 race, only 110 yards shorter than what he's going to run today. So apparently obviously, I was wrong about the distance he could stay.
No, the way he finished at a 1 3/16, I don't worry about the distance. It is a anachronistic sort of situation because the U.S. horses, the 3-year-olds, they're not trained to go the 1 3/8. And obviously Todd Pletcher, a very good plan with El Razine, who's a player in this race because he has to win a 1 3/8. This is a race that's been dominated by European shippers in the past. I'm a little shocked that none of them wanted to come over here for relatively easy pickings.
There is Carson's Run, Saratoga Derby Invitational winner. 2 starts back. Let's head downstairs. Acacia Clement with more.
And we'll start there, Greg, with Carson's Run, who is your heavy favorite. And when he was able to win the Saratoga Derby 2 starts back at a bit of a price, I think everybody kind of knows his game, that he has taken that step forward as a 3-year-old. Last time out, the winner of the race at Kentucky Downs and Belmont for Andrew Balding was able to control things on the front end, whereas Carson's Run was very far off of it and kind of running in the trip that you didn't necessarily want at Kentucky Downs that day, but running on to be second. So he is plain and simple the horse to beat. Now coming in here to the paddock, he has been hosed down just a little bit warm, but not over the top, as he is an energetic type. He's held his weight well, he's held his muscle well coming in, and we'll see what kind of trip he gets because he is one that does tend to come from pretty far off of it. So we'll take a look at a couple of horses that are kind of new faces in here. The 2 Dashman coming in for Brian Lynch has won his last 2 races, and I think there's a couple things to look at there. Coming back as a 3-year-old, obviously he took a step forward as well. He also improved with added distance, winning at a 1 1/8 and then a 1 5/16. He also improved when being a little bit more forwardly placed. Those 2 wins were with the addition of Lasix, which he does not get to run with today, but I think he did show a little bit even back at the very end of his 2-year-old season, and I like what I see from this guy physically. Very convincing as far as distance being his friend, which he kind of showed last time out. His rider letting him get into stride. He is a big, long striding type of horse, but I thought that he finished pretty well in that Kentucky Downs race where you do have to be athletic to run over that course, and I think he is a very intriguing new face coming in here, one that has flourished going longer. You could say the same thing about the 6 El Razine, who does seem to appreciate the longer distances, also winning his last 2 races. Those are both with the addition of blinkers. Now, comparing with my notes last time out, he had a cheater cut blinkers on, kind of the shortest that you can see. And looking at him, it does look like, to my eye, it's a little bit of a larger blinker cup. He's also getting a bit change, a straight ring bit on today, whereas he did wear a Houghton bit or a cage bit, at least last time out. And you could see kind of when going by the stretch for the first time in that most recent race, when he did get just a little bit keen. And he's a horse, I think, that is still figuring things out. I think he's got a fly on him or something here in the paddock, so a little bit agitated. But he's one that has continued to develop. And I think with a little bit of a softer bit, maybe to help him be a little bit quieter in his mouth, get into stride well too. And again, a horse that is now going back into straight 3-year-olds after running in those tough open allowance races. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 9 minutes away from this Grade 3 Jockey Club Derby Invitational. That's the stablemate to the favorite. Carson's Run, Deterministic. Looks so promising on the Kentucky Derby trail with that 3-year-old return to the races. Did not pan out on the dirt, and now it looks like Turf has his future. He's run very good on it, including a Grade 3 win last start.
Yeah, I'm curious if he can be a better horse if they're more aggressive with him. Maybe I'm wrong. He has been good, but, you know, horses, it's hard, right, Richie? If you think a horse is going to be really good, then they turn out to be decent and a graded stakes horse, but they're a little disappointing because you had such high hopes for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, your expectations become higher than maybe what reality is, and anybody with a young horse that runs
Gotham,
as well
you
as
had a
he
reason
did,
to think he could be a Derby horse.
Absolutely.
Post parade starts with Desvio, 16-1 from the inside.
Yes, this would definitely be an upset in the air horse that was third behind Deterministic. He'll have to love distance.
Dashman trying to make it 3 wins in a row for trainer Brian Lynch.
Won at that 1 5/16 distance a day after Carson's Run was second in the Nashville Derby.
Grade 1 Saratoga Derby winner. Here's Carson's Run for Christophe Clement.
He ran well to be second in that very prestigious and important $3.1 million Nashville Derby last time. He's the horse to beat.
Amazing the purses they get there. Here's Yo Daddy Linda Rice.
Yeah, dirt races have been faster than the turf races up to this point.
Deterministic stablemate to Carson's Run, Joel Rosario.
I believe with an aggressive ride, he will win this race.
And El Razine, Todd Pletcher, he's put together back-to-back wins on the grass, and one of them at this distance.
Yeah, one last time going 1 mile and 3 furlongs, and I thought he stepped his game up last time off of that maiden race.
Big time. And if you look at even like his last 3 races, right? He improved significantly from the race 3 back to win his maiden with a perfect trip and a great ride. And then last time, he was good. I mean, he's very dangerous in here.
Standing by with his trainer, let's go back to Acacia.
That's right, El Razine, who has taken big step forward. Todd, I know with the addition of blinkers, but it seems like this is a horse who's gradually figuring things out as well.
I think so. We always felt like the more time he had, the better he would get. He certainly improved with the addition of blinkers, but I think he's also physically and mentally developed as well.
And I noticed a little bit of a softer bit this time, too, in the ring bit, and a horse that maybe kind of staying out of his mouth a little bit could help?
Yeah, just we need him to settle. I'm a little concerned about the pace scenario here. I don't see a whole lot of pace, but hopefully he can just settle into a good rhythm and kick on like he has the last couple times.
And facing some of those open allowance races, sometimes the open allowance can actually be tougher than going against straight 3-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, to beat older horses last time, was significant improvement, and, he did it convincingly, so I'm hoping that transfers to a good performance here.
Thanks for the time, Todd.
Thank you.
Greg?
So El Razine for Todd Pletcher, 3-1 right now. And yeah, impressive back-to-back victories, particularly that last start. That was a big step forward.
No, and I mean, that's the kind of horse you want, right? Horses that are improving coming into races. And, and Todd's smart to get a 3-year-old going long that he knows can be effective going long. And if he runs his last race, he could be very tough to beat in here. One thing, it's not the pace that worries me because he closed into a tepid pace last time. It's the turf. What we have seen this week on the inner turf, and granted it's only 2 days, we have not seen horses that haven't spent at least 75 to 80% of the races on the rail. They could be closers,
right?
But they have to be spending most of the race on the rail, on the inner turf course to be successful, and that worries me a little bit.
Well, let's look at El Razine and that impressive last out performance at Saratoga. This was at 1 mile and 3/8, same distance as today's race.
Good trip or not, Richie, he crushed these horses.
No, listen, he finished. The one thing that you can eliminate from the questioning is if he'll stay. You know he's a stayer, right? He's won at 1.5 miles. He's won at 1 mile and 3/8. I thought this was a really strong performance, and I think it points him out. He's my top selection because I thought he put it all together in his last couple of starts.
Well, we often talk about turf distance races, right, where a horse can be a allowance, even claiming type horse going 1 mile to 1 mile and 1/16 or so, but then they get in these 1 mile and 3/8, 1.5 mile races, and they get just a lot better with distance. And this is a horse who's clearly thriving on distance.
Duo for Christophe Clement, El Razine for Todd Pletcher. Interesting addition to this Jockey Club Derby coming up. Let's go to JK for more.
Yeah, guys, I ended up landing on El Razine, and to hear Todd mention it, it made me feel better about some of the choices, is that addition of blinkers, horse is undefeated, right, since putting the blinkers on. So you can look back at some of his previous races, but they don't really count to me at all, considering the fact that he's a new horse. with blinkers. And I'm also hopeful that because he mentioned he's concerned about the pace, I'd imagine it's a conversation he also had with Irad. When they pop away from there, maybe Irad will be just a tad bit more aggressive if he didn't already have that in his mind to be forwardly placed. I don't think he's going to make the lead, but be close enough, stay connected. And the other thing, too, is just deterministic in Carson's run. For obvious reasons, they're always going to take a little bit of money. And both of them always seem to be just a tad over bet. And that, to me, is a little bit of a concern. The one horse I do want to mention is the horse that I think that possibly could get the lead if they act like they're on the dirt like they were 2 starts ago, was Yo Daddy. An aggressive ride in Jose Lezcano more than anyone else in this colony, I feel like ends up on the front end in paceless races when you don't expect him to do so. And I would imagine that Linda will be a little bit aggressive with Yo Daddy. I think it's interesting to hit the board. I'll take the 6 El Razine as my top choice.
Well, Jonathan, I'll pick up where you left off with Yo Daddy, and I did actually get a chance to catch up with trainer Linda Rice earlier, where she said the plan is to go to the lead with Yo Daddy. She feels like he might be a horse that's a bit better on the dirt, but has obviously run very well on the turf as well, kind of reminiscent of his sire, Yoshida, Grade 1 winner on both turf and dirt. But this is a horse who's typically a very energetic type. They saddled him with the pony, trying to keep him calm and relaxed as much as possible. He typically gets very hot. That's all in character for him. And he did warm up with the pony, also in character for him, because you don't want him to do too much. But I thought it was very interesting hearing Linda's thoughts that that is the game plan, to go to the front, and we'll see how far they can take him. Physically does look like a horse that should be fine with added distance. Now the number 5, Deterministic, he's one that was able to get the win in the Virginia Derby last time out. He's a horse, and I had kind of touched on this with Joel Rosario early, that you have to time his run a little bit, because it almost looks like he's kind of stopping and then he'll re-rally. And Joel knows this horse so well. He's a very strong rider, obviously, kept him very quiet throughout the preliminaries. That's also very normal for Deterministic. But this is probably the best time that I've seen his weight before a race. Sometimes can get a little bit on the lighter side, but he's obviously handling himself well. I hope that he is more forward in this spot. And I know that Christophe Clement has always said that he should be able to stay the longer distances, should not be an issue for him, because he can switch off so nicely. Greg?
Will that man right there in those pink silks ruin the plans of Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, and the 4 Yo Daddy, and go to the front like he did with Farbridge a couple of starts back in that Sword Dancer?
I think that here's what I would say about Deterministic. He hasn't run badly in his races, but I think he's kind of underachieved. Is that fair to say?
I think
and
it's
he's
fair.
run fine, and I'm not trying to knock him, but you have high hopes. Look at his Carter when he was attending a quick pace. Why wouldn't you want to try that style again? I don't think he's winning this race. Yeah, the Gotham. What did I say? The Carter?
Yeah,
you
Gotham.
got me thinking of the Carter. The 47
That's my
Carter.
bad.
It's your fault. Why wouldn't you want to try something different? Let it not work. It's okay.
Yeah.
Then you know it's not going to be successful. You're also dealing with a course where the inside speed could be a real advantage in here. And I would want to be aggressive. I'd want to try to mix it up, because they're trying to figure out if he's ready to take that step forward. And so far, he's been solid, but not spectacular.
No, I think that's a good way to put it. He's been solid, but I think it also a little bit of the expectation, because he was so good so early on.
Well, he was impressive making his debut against a very good-looking field with a bad trip, and then he comes back 6 months later, or 7 months later, and he wins the Gotham with a 93 figure. Anywhere on earth would be starting to get Derby
all that
fever.
time away.
Right, and thinking, I mean, I think we all were a little gaga over him. And it's just been one disappointment after another. And there may be something to be said for the fact they keep rating him. I mean, think how they took him back in the Peter Pan that day. I don't think he's shown to be a horse that gets so comfortable rating him. Why not be aggressive? Try something new.
Well, he also doesn't look like a horse that gets keen to me. He almost looks a little bit like a bicycle horse, where you got to kind of keep reminding him. Those kind, you can ride away from the gate and not run the risk of turning them on too much.
I know if my man the Mig was riding him back in his heyday before he was an old cripple like me, he would have gone to the lead with this horse. This was the kind of horse, though, you would look to change something up. Is that?
Yeah, but you also have to then have that conversation with the connections, right? The trainer, and say, hey, I think we could be successful this way. Do I take the handcuffs off? Can I do this?
Right.
There's
Only if you
Carson's
win.
run. Named again after Carson Yost. We wish him the best if he's watching here. His entire family, Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis. Dylan, Mig already with 2 wins today on the card.
Yeah, and, you know, he rode at Keeneland yesterday. Good second for Tom Amos and the Alcibiades. That filly ran really well.
Good second for Tom Amos. It's like 2 wins.
Oh, man.
Riding Axtome in the next race. Do you know Pete at all, Axtome?
Very well, yeah.
Good man.
Are we not giving, I know you guys have talked a lot, said a lot of good things about El Razine. Are we not giving him enough credit? Is this just,
as second
JK
choice.
said, a different horse now with that equipment change?
I think that could be one of the confluence of things that has made him better. Sometimes horses just need racing, and then when they get to stretch out.
His win-2 back really wasn't that good. He had a perfect trip, and he was lucky to win. The second horse was best. His win last time was really good, and I think it's what Richie's saying. I think he's just turning it around as a horse.
First of 4 graded stakes on this Saturday card. Grade 3 Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Carson's Run. Deterministic stablemates for Christophe Clement. And then El Razine for Todd Pletcher. Trying to stay perfect with the blinkers on. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Step slow for Desfio, but they all line up on the front end here as Yo Daddy now emerges, and Yo Daddy is having to be asked for speed. Yo Daddy was intent on getting to the front and was shoved along by Jose Lascano, and now Yo Daddy is sprinting into the turn. Yo Daddy wants to go, and he is already 4 lengths clear, and he is trying to slow things down, but Yo Daddy fighting the rider here as they enter the lane. Yo Daddy went 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. Trying to settle up front, and Deterministic is now well settled into second behind the very keen leader. In behind them is Dashman, is at the rail here in third. Is moving forward is Desfio, wants to be closer to the pace now. Then comes El Razine, who's off the tempo. El Razine is going to be 5th, and the trailer, Carson's Run. They move quickly here as they pass us and the wire for the first time. It's now Yo Daddy, a bit more settled, went 48-4 for that posted half-mile time. Yo Daddy is the leader. Deterministic is to the inside of Desfio, and Desfio has moved up for Ben Curtis, is towards the outside now with a head in front of Deterministic, who's back to third. In behind them, it's a snug hold on Dashman, and Dashman's to the inside of El Razine, who's now 2.5 off the lead, and the trailer is Carson's Run. They work to the backstretch, and they're chasing Yo Daddy. Yo Daddy, 1:14.36 for 3/4 mile. Yo Daddy is the leader. Desfio is right there chasing from second. Deterministic is well slotted towards the inside in third. El Razine starts to move in closer now, is taking a clear 4th. With Dashman second to last, and no move yet from Carson's Run. Still the trailer as they pick up the tempo once again and work into the turn. Yo Daddy is in front. It's Yo Daddy trying to take him all the way. Yo Daddy went 1:38.4 for a mile. Yo Daddy Deterministic is just waiting for room towards the inside. Deterministic just bobbled slightly there as they enter the top of the lane. Yo Daddy is there. El Razine makes the move. Carson's Run, and here comes Carson's Run now launching up huge rally, and Carson's Run just sweeps by the entire field. Carson's Run, Deterministic is battling back towards the inside. Carson's Run is kicking away inside the final 16th. The heart of a champion. Carson's Run wins the Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Deterministic very game towards the inside. Then came El Razine and Dashman in 2:14.1.
Carson's Run from last to first in this Grade 3 Jockey Club Derby Invitational. 3-win day already for Dylan Davis.
He was the favorite for a reason, and he was the best horse, a relatively narrow win. But he ran the best race. No disgrace for the 6 El Razine, who ran well, and a very good ride on Deterministic. But Richie, the best horse, won.
Best horse won. I mean, he was back there last. He tipped out, circled up 4 or 5 wide, and just inhaled them. I thought that Deterministic got a terrific ride and a terrific trip and saved every inch of ground.
No, it was a great ride by Joel. He tried to be aggressive. The 4 wanted to lead more, so he let him go, but he went the rail after that, and he rode him very well. He was just second best. At best here, you could argue that El Razine may have run an even better race. I don't think he ever saw the rail in this race, and Deterministic basically never left it.
And Christophe Clement won too.
Yeah, Deterministic photo finish, but looks like he did get second in here over El Razine under Aran Ortiz Jr. But Carson's Run, this was impressive how he kicked in. And now his 5th win in 9 tries on the lawn.
And it'll be interesting to see if with any of these horses, they're going to cut him back. I don't think El Razine is a horse that you expect to run as well going a mile and 1/8. I think with Carson's Run and even Deterministic, the Hollywood Derby, the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby in early December out at Del Mar, I think that's the race you all want to take a look at.
So your last opportunity to stay in your 3-year-old division and a nice race for your resume as well.
Yep.
It is Deterministic, stablemate of your winner, who does check in second. So 1-2 for Christophe Clement, 3-5, 6-2, and Carson's Run 3 wins the last 4 starts, including 2 legs of this Turf Triple Series. There's Christophe Clement. He's got back-to-back Grade 1 winner. Farbridge expected to move on to the Breeders' Cup Turf, and now this horse on a nice roll in this 3-year-old turf division.
No, I mean, listen, they are who they are, but he's getting it done, and he's showing himself to be the best U.S. 3-year-old turf horse. Because I think the thing about him, Richie, is while he's running these distances, he was running out of ground at the end. You could see he didn't want to go a lot farther. And I think he could be effective at a mile to a mile and 1/8 as well with these horses. Whereas a horse like El Razine is probably running as well as he is because he really relishes the distance. Whereas I think Carson's Run, you could be effective in shorter races, like the mile and 1/8 Hollywood Derby.
I mean, if you put a line through the race that he basically bolted here, right, in his return in the Woodhaven, his resume is very strong this year. He's been very good as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people underrated that race in the Tail of the Cat, a race that's turned out to be a lot better than it was. And Dylan has ridden this horse with such confidence. You know, he did manage to save ground the whole way. It's not that he had a bad trip, but Dylan is confident that when he asks this horse for his run, he's going to give it to him, and the horse has done just that.
He's got to turn a foot, too. I mean, the way he accelerated to pick up his horses, you know, coming off the turn wide like that, this is a really nice effort. Isn't it funny how you wind up getting kind of an opinion or locked in an idea about a horse? I would have never thought this horse would want any part of a mile and 3/8, and I could not have been more wrong.
It's funny with distance horses, right? It can go both ways. I remember the conversation about bricks and mortar, whether he should go to the Breeders' Cup Mile or he should go to the 1.5 miles. And I think Chad Brown obviously correctly felt he could finish going a 1.5 miles. He didn't beat the toughest field ever in the Breeders' Cup Turf, to be perfectly fair, but I think you have to be able to get him to finish. And this is a horse that has a real burst, and he can do it at multiple distances.
Dylan Davis, 3-win afternoon, including the first of 4 graded stakes on the card. He's got 3 more graded stakes mounts to come. We're going to take a timeout. Best turf sprinter on the planet? It might be this horse. Cogburn, undefeated this year. No one's been able to touch him. Can anyone get close to him in that turf sprint division? We have a prep for that race next.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. First of 4 graded stakes in the books. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Grade 3 Jockey Club Derby Invitational, and Carson's Run does it again. Takes the second of 3 legs of this Turf Triple Series. 3-win day, Dylan Davis. Wins for Christophe Clement, West Point Thoroughbreds. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And a very happy winner's circle down here. I'm happy to be joined by Tom Bellhouse of West Point, as well as Steve Boucher. And Steve, Carson's Run winning in your silks today here too. What a nice performance from a colt that had just seems to be getting better and better.
He gets better and better every day with every race. He's just a magnificent athlete. It was really nice to see that race today and how he finished so strong.
He's a horse that's been a lot of fun for a lot of people, and I know one that you've really enjoyed the journey with too.
Oh, it sure has. I mean, the last race in Saratoga with that rainbow, and today we have perfect conditions. It doesn't get much better than this, and such a great group of, fellow owners in West Point, and it's a pretty good day.
Certainly is a good day in the winner's circle. Tom and Steve mentioned the great group of owners here, and just seeing the celebration, and a horse that I think has defied a lot of expectations along the way.
Well, I think that goes without saying. I think to have his career start at Saratoga last year the way it did, take us on the journey to the Breeders' Cup, and then come back this year to win the Saratoga Derby and now the Jockey Club Derby. I think, as you can see, we have a phenomenal group of partners, and to get everybody out here on a beautiful Saturday morning, afternoon, it's been just spectacular. And doing it with Steve and being a part of it with Team Clement, everything about this horse has been just a wonderful journey, and hopefully we have many more good times to come.
And on that note, Terry and I sat down to talk about the story and the namesake for the Yost family. How special to see this horse take everybody on that journey.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for that. We watched it yesterday. I needed my daily cry, so that was wonderful. But, the Yost family and this particular horse, we joke about he's a regally bred son of Cupid that we were able to pick up at OBS. And really from day one, Steve, jumping in right at the sale with us and us moving forward, it's just been a fun group of people and a magical ride, and he's just gotten better and better. And as you said, I think he's defied all of our expectations.
Well, enjoy it. Here's to many more for the whole team. As Greg, the story keeps getting better.
So horse just keeps on winning, and yeah, when you're dealing with West Point, that winner's circle usually gets pretty crowded.
Well, I mean, this is a horse that has been highly regarded really since he began running. I mean, he was second. He was the favorite in the with anticipation when running second in the Philly. Wins a Grade 1 up in Canada, or whatever it is. It's a Canadian Grade 1. He disappointed a bit in the Breeders' Cup, but it's a horse who had high expectations starting out, and he's lived up to them. He's been good.
I agree with you that he disappointed somewhat in the Breeders' Cup, but he also had
a preposterous trip.
trot.
Yeah,
right?
It was drew an outside post.
Yeah.
He was out in the middle of nowhere, and he was 8-1 that day. It's not like he was a super long price. 8-1 in a Breeders' Cup race is fine.
Sure.
Up next, we talked about going to break. The star of this division for this next race ahead, Belmont Turf Sprint. There's no question who the standout leader is. It is Cogburn, who is yet to lose this year. Grade 3 Belmont Turf Sprint. Can anyone give him a challenge? Nothing better. Has been ultra consistent, Andy. Is he as good as he has been, though?
No, he seems to have slowed down. And one of the things I think you can take out of that is he doesn't seem to have the speed he used to have. He used to be an absolute bullet. Now, I think they've ridden him a little gingerly. And frankly, Richie, I would probably want to see him sent if he were my horse in this race, because I still think he could clear in here.
Well, listen, speed is always dangerous, and I'm a believer in getting your position going forward. I really don't understand why when horses are in good form, people want to start messing and changing tactics.
No, I agree. And as far as where anyone can beat Cogburn, I know it seems weird to say it in a Breeders' Cup turf sprint, but he might be the likeliest winner on the entire Breeders' Cup card, especially his sense of parole on the sidelines.
It's unreal how good he is. He went Grade 1 Jaipur Saratoga, that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, 5.5 furlongs, sub 1 minute.
He's a machine. And the other thing, Richie, is you don't really worry that much about the Europeans coming over, because they're usually, I mean, they've won a Breeders' Class Slippers, I think, won, but in general, their turf sprinters aren't considered to have a real edge over ours.
This horse is as fast as anything I've ever seen, and his gate speed is phenomenal. I mean, he's just taking it to a different level. I don't care who comes. They've got the path to the winner's circles through him.
3 wins this year, Andy. by 9 lengths combined. You're not supposed to win turf sprints at that distance by that kind of margin.
That's the thing. He's not here getting good
Separation.
trips and getting lucky to get it done, and he's just destroying fields. I mean, and they're not bad horses, and he's making them look like bad horses. He is good, and he doesn't need the lead to win. So it's not as though he's at the mercy of pace in here. You know, only a bad draw or bad luck, in my opinion, can get him beaten in the Breeders' Cup.
Well, everyone lining up in this Belmont Turf Sprint, very excited to see that he is not here.
They want to go where he ate.
Yeah. Exactly. And right now, favoritism, well, it's Mischievous Angel, the 2. At 2-1 right now. Jorge Abreu, Arad Ortiz Jr. More on this field when we come back. Talk about the momentum continuing. Certainly today it is for Dylan Davis. 3 wins and counting. He's got another big chance on Axthelm when we come back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Ready for Rye, moves up alongside of Bold Thunder, Disco Partner now ranging up alongside of them, and then it's Snow Day and We Dare You in the center as Disco Partner takes the lead. Disco Partner has taken over and he's pulling away late. Disco Partner and Arad Ortiz on to victory here. Disco Partner is coming up after his stablemate with a furlong to run. Arad Ortiz Jr. and Disco Partner go by Jose Ortiz and Pure Sensation. And then it's Blind Ambition. It is Disco Partner and he's running away. Disco Partner looking good. A 5-length win here.
Disco Partner was so much fun to watch. Back-to-back winner of this race we have coming up next. I think you have to start with him, though, with that 2017 Jaipur 105.67. Going 6 furlongs, a world record at the time that lowered the course record by more than a full second.
Here's one for you. In his best day, he's a horse that could have come close to the kind of races we're seeing from Cogburn this year. He was that good.
It's so funny you say it, because I was just thinking the same thing. If there was anybody that could give Cogburn a run for his money, it might have been the good Disco Partner. And he was just such a neat horse, so versatile too, right?
No,
11-time winner.
Huge fan.
Over $1.4 million in earnings. Arad Ortiz Jr. is to see on board for that win. Christophe Clement, trainee. But yeah, he was a lot of fun to watch.
Can't we change the race? I mean, I know the Belmont Turf Sprint has really just a really mellifluous ring to it. You say it, it just rolls off the tongue. Why can't we change this name of this race, the Disco Partner? Didn't he do enough?
I think it would be very appropriate.
I just don't get it.
There is Christophe Clement, who trained Disco Partner. He'll have Senbei New York bred he sends out in this spot, who's only won once on the grass. That was 2 starts back here going 6 furlongs.
Well, he's named by Acacia, by the way, in case you don't know that, in case you run 3 wheel. I think there's an argument he's run well in every single turf race he's ever run. He ran incredibly well, and 7's probably stretching it for him, and a horse that beat him was in very good form. Then he came back and just got an absolutely horrendous trip, completely buried every step of the way. Then he came back. I thought he ran fine considering he was coming off, 9-month layoff, 8-month layoff. He ran very well, good trip or not, 2 back, and I thought last time he ran extremely well with a bit of a wide trip.
Barely behind the horse who should be favored here and nothing better.
I think he's a very logical horse in this race.
Well done naming this one, Acacia, with more on this field coming up. Let's go downstairs.
Thank you, Greg. It's been a lot of fun with Senbei, who was very precocious, and then getting a chance to watch him continue on the racetrack. We'll get to him in a moment. But starting off with Nothing Better, the 9 in here, who, as you guys mentioned, a horse who at one point you would think, immediately looking at him, he should jump off and go, and has the opportunity to be very fast, winning the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship here. And lately they have been rating him. I'm not sure what the game plan will be with him in here today. There are a couple horses who can be forwardly placed, but for a turf sprint, there's not an abundance of speed in here. And as far as Nothing Better is concerned, he's one that is always rather switched off here in the paddock. He does kind of sharpen up when back out onto the racetrack, so he's quite laid back as he typically is. But I'm just curious with the running style, and he is drawn towards the outside in here. He did run fine last time out. I thought it was kind of a grinding finish there at Colonial, and then 2 starts back just ahead of Senbei. He was kind of the one coming up the inside in that effort as well. He's run good races. I just would like to see some of his speed return for him. From a physical perspective, he looks good as he always does, very well muscled, and again, very laid back. As far as Senbei is concerned, the horse who did finish 3rd in that race in the Select at Monmouth, where he was kind of lugging in, never switching leads in the stretch there too, with a wide trip. Again, Nothing Better coming up the inside to nab 2nd. He's a horse that Manny Franco knows so well, and I think he getting back aboard is going to make a key change as well for him getting to switch leads, getting him into stride. That's the key with Senbei. And as Andy mentioned, he's had some tough trips on the turf. I think he's actually run some very good races on the grass, but hopefully the trip will be a little bit smoother for him, because that's been the biggest key for this guy. And also the 6 furlongs I think is fine. That one tried 7 a bit too far. The 2 Mischievous Angel though, winning at 7, and he's a horse that I think a touch longer actually is good for him. He's one that sometimes doesn't look the greatest in his coat. I can't say that today. He looks terrific coming off the back of that victory, in which he was dominant, winning over at Kentucky Downs for Jorge Abreu. Maybe he has turned the corner a little bit as he'll step back into stakes company for the first time in a while, and also cut back in distance. I know he's won at the 6. We'll see what he will do, as he will be running late, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Post parade starts with Axe Thelm. Can Dylan Davis get number 4?
I think he's definitely a player in this race. He's run some fast races in the past, and if he can get the right trip, he can win.
Mischievous Angel comes off a winner at Ortiz Jr.
He comes off a nice win, going 7 furlongs at Kentucky Downs. I'm a little surprised he's the favorite.
Maya Prince, 14-1 here from Michael Trombetta.
Yeah, horse that just feels like he's going to have to find a race a little better than we've seen.
Wasn't that far behind Nothing Better last start. Here's Senbei.
I like Senbei's chances in this race. I think he consistently runs well when he gets fair trips, and I thought he could be forward here.
Son of a Birch for the Tom Morley barn.
Yeah, comes out of a fast race back in July. He's going to have to step it up also.
Determined Kingdom, he's won 4 of his last 6 starts.
No, he's been in very good form. I just think he's finding the company a little bit tough, but he's not impossible for a big price.
Parks Dash winner last start, Allegon.
The fact that he won over that Parks course makes me respect him.
Good horse. Trained by a good trainer.
Yeah, and great trainer.
The one to beat.
Yeah.
Nothing Better, although he's not favored right now, but he should be the favorite.
Yeah. Has he lost his speed, or are they just riding him unaggressively? I'm not really sure. He should be the favorite. They're going crazy for Mischievous Angel, a horse that I don't get at all.
11-time winner, Nothing Better. 10 of those on the grass, wins over $770,000 sprinting on the lawn. He's got the outside post coming up. There he is. We'll have this for you when we come back.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale. It's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, and you will not be getting 3-1, likely at post time, on this runner, Nothing Better. Again, 10-time winner on the grass, and his resume, he deserves to be the favorite.
I think it's very impressive with him, Richie, is that he's still competing at a very high level at 7 in these turf sprints, because somebody says other shorter races. These races are much tougher on a horse than a 1 3/8 race where they run for about 3/16 of a mile. These are tough races, and this guy has run consistently and held his form for quite a while.
And we see that more often too with turf horses, though, because they get, time off, right? They end the turf season and they have a chance for Mother Nature to heal any of their little aches and pains.
This was 2 starts back, and the horse that beats him in here, I actually loved the race before at Saratoga, Smittic Spice, who was a huge price in that Harvey Pack?
Yeah, and I thought he ran very well in here. He was shuffled a little. Now, he did save ground, and Senbei was wide, and I took Senbei because of that, and he's a better price than this horse. But he was shuffled in an important moment, coming through on the inside, and he's just incredibly consistent. And I also felt like, looking at this field, the only other real speed is Determined Kingdom.
Yes.
I'd like to see Ruiz come out firing on this horse, Richie, and use that speed that used to be a great advantage of his. He had speed and stamina.
It sets up your trip. You don't have to get bothered or bogged down in traffic the way he did last time. And it wasn't so glaring, but he was on pause when the race was going forward.
No, I agree. And the best turf sprinters, really good ones, usually their talents lie in that they're able to sustain a fast pace and continue to finish. And he was one of them.
Let's go to Jonathan for more on this Grade 3.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go with the 9, Nothing Better, who I like quite a bit in this spot, as a matter of fact, and I'm really actually excited about the price. I asked our producer, Bobby, is a horse favorite. I didn't have the screen up in front of me, and I was a little bit concerned. This is a horse who is a speed type, and most would think that a speed type would like to go the 5 or the 5.5 that a lot of these turf sprints in this country are, but the truth of the matter is He's actually better, in my opinion, going 6. If you look through his races, he's got 3 wins going 6, a couple of seconds. And sneakily, he's got a nice race going a mile where the pace was fast, which makes me feel comfortable that he actually likes a little bit a more distance. And you look at his last 3 or 4 races, he hasn't made the front in any of those races. And those races are all at 5.5 or 5. And I know it might seem like a lot, half a furlong in a 6 furlong, 5.5 furlong race. But I think that the type of horses that you see in those 5.5 races are just a little bit faster than Nothing Better is early. And I love where he's drawn. He can see what's happening to the inside. If someone wants to be hell-bent on making the front, he can sit off of them. If he was drawn inside, he'd kind of have his hand forced. I like him in this spot. I like him where he's drawn. And I really like him, Acacia, getting the 6 furlongs.
I like him too, Jonathan. And like I said in the paddock, I hope that we will see some of his speed, but he has shown that he can ride effectively too if needed. And he did perk up a lot out on the track, talking about Nothing Better. Perking up was not a problem for the one, Axel, who, when Dylan Davis took him away from the pony, he was doing a little dressage impression. He was sidestepping back and forward. He was very tough to handle until he was kind of able to link back up with the pony. But Dylan did the right thing and just kept him moving out on the track, which is the best course of action with a horse acting like that and just not wanting to go straight. Keep them moving forward at all costs. And then when he was able to link back with the pony, he did settle nicely, did get a little bit hot in here, but he's a horse that made up some ground on Cogburn last time at Kentucky Downs, which I appreciate because she showed in those Kentucky Downs races he can go a bit longer, because those 5 furlong turf sprints down at Gulfstream are a completely different animal. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. Axthelm, Saffie Joseph Jr. Look, he wanted this spot instead of the Woodford at Keeneland because he wanted the extra ground. And he did make up a little ground on Cogburn, but he was still fairly far back.
No, I think he's a player in this race. And listen, sentimentally, I'm going to root for a horse named after the great Pete Axthelm, who left us way too early. I know, Richie, you knew Pete as well, and somebody I got to know as a little bit as a kid, and he was really a great man and a great writer.
Yeah, and just a big fan of the game.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
He was passionate about racing. I went a little long shot, guys, number 8, Allegan. I thought his elusive quality was good. I thought he got cast into a position where he was chasing Cogburn.
It's too big a price here,
dimension.
Richie.
I think so.
I agree with you.
And comes off a nice race on a tough course at Parks. I just thought he was a little interesting.
There he is. Meanwhile, that money really has not moved on Mischievous Angel. Co-favorite now with this one. We knew that price was going to come down on Nothing Better. It has. He is the one to beat now on the board. This 10-time winner on the grass. Can he get a clean trip today from that outside post, Mig?
He should, right? I mean, use his speed enough to make sure you get your position going forward. Give him a little breather. Nobody goes, control it.
Grade 3, Belmont Turf Sprint. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set for the Belmont Turf Sprint. And they're off. Nothing Better breaks very sharply from the outside, and Nothing Better right to the front, and Determined Kingdom's going to go with the leader as Nothing Better is just watching the rival towards the inside here. Now will clear off and gets over to the rail. It's Nothing Better who's up by a length. Here comes Allowance as close to the kick today. Allowance to the outside of Determined Kingdom, who wants to be on this lead, and the rail's open, and now Determined Kingdom takes it right to Nothing Better. These two will move into the far turn together. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile here in the Belmont Turf Sprint. Right there in fourth is Mischievous Angel, is followed by Senbei towards the outside, Green Cap. Then from the back, Son of a Birch, trying to rally on with the 2 trailers, Axthelm. Back end of affairs with Maya Prince as they get set to reach the top of the lane, and it's Determined Kingdom who wanted to get to the lead and got there. Nothing Better tries to come right back. Allowance is coming after them 3 wide. Nothing Better and Determined Kingdom throwing it down. Here comes Allowance right upon rivals here towards the outside. Mischievous Angel is rallying on towards the inside, and Senbei on the grandstand side. They are far out in the turf course, but Senbei has now swept on by. Senbei will get the victory here in the Belmont Turf Sprint. Senbei wins it. Nothing Better battle back there for second. Then came a photo. Allowance to the outside of Son of a Birch in 1 minute 7 and 3.
Senbei, he was just behind Nothing Better last start when Nothing Better finished second. This time, turns the tables, gets the win for the Christophe Clement barn.
You know, you watch this race, Richie, and man, he had so much confidence in him. I said to you around the quarter pole, I said, man, he hasn't even asked Senbei to run yet. And when he produced him, it took a little while for him to kick in. Yeah. But when he kicked in, he just ran by them all.
Well, when he was quiet on him still coming up the quarter pole. This horse, it takes a little bit of a ride, right? So you knew that when he set him down, he was going to find, and he really found. He made that last run. He's good. It's a New York bred with a clever name. I know Casey put a lot of thought into this name, Senbei, but look how he reaches. And isn't it funny? I think 5.5 maybe a little too frenetic for him. 7 maybe stretching him. 6 furlongs is his trip on the turf.
He wins this race by a good 2 lengths in the air and ran well. And we're talking about the ride on the 9, and the rider was aggressive. But you pointed out to me in the backstretch, why let the 7 get back inside of you?
Yeah, well, once you got a length on him, you have to take the racetrack from him because now you control the race. Once you let him back up inside of you, now you're engaged and the race heats up. You don't get to control things the right way.
Yeah, it just seems like you're looking for that edge, right? I know one thing.
Right in here,
right
take
here,
it.
Man, you just take it, right? You don't let him get inside of you again. Whether he would have won or not, I don't know, but it just seems like it was just a tepid ride.
Now, if I'm in that position, I have to take that horse's position. You cleared him enough, and it's an unwritten rule, especially on the turns. If you're not up in there, you got to get out of there, but you've got to lean on them to make sure they know that you're going to take their ground. You don't own a spot unless you're in there going to a turn. I'm with you.
Winds up runner-up. It's Senbei. Big effort here. Manny Franco, couple of wins on this Saturday card, teaming up with Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. Trainer Christophe Clement, who's having a terrific Saturday afternoon with 2 stakes wins through the first 2 on the card.
Miracles happen. You just never know when. I kid.
Andy's Christophe Clement's biggest fan.
I happen to like Senbei. Acacia and I are on board with Senbei.
The Queen's MG, she was 44-1. Opening day Saratoga. Schuylerville backed it up with a much shorter price win in the Adirondack. Now a chance to move on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies with a win in the Frizette.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better Lucky Than Good at the rail. Better Lucky Than Good. Kourou, Better Lucky Than Good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Join us early tomorrow morning for coverage of one of the most prestigious races there is in the world. The Arc de Triomphe, 9:30 a.m. Eastern on FS1. I'll be part of that coverage. Includes the French Derby winner, Luc de Vega, Shin Emperor, who is a brother to the 2020 Arc winner, Sot Sass.
Oh, really? That's related to my sister Charlie, right? Sister Charlie and Sot Sass, I believe, were brother and sister. And I actually went to the Arc in 2005. It was before they rebuilt Longchamp. It was great. I had a great time.
I remember you going.
One of the great experiences you've had in the sport?
I had a great time over there. Actually, of all the tracks I went to, and you'll be shocked to know I pretty much went to all the ones in Paris, Saint-Cloud was my favorite.
Really?
Saint-Cloud's a great track.
Senbei turning the tables on nothing better, and what a start to the graded stakes action for Christophe Clement. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And here with Christophe as Senbei gets the win, and a nice trip today. It just seems that Manny Franco knows and rides this horse so well.
Yeah, but Manny Franco rides most horses very well, but he gave him a great trip, very confident. I thought he was cruising in a turn and he exploded in a stretch. I'm delighted.
He's a horse that was so precocious on the dirt early on, and then now finding his new home on the turf with some tough trips. Has to be rewarding to see him get this big one.
No, absolutely. He had 1 or 2 decent races on the turf last year. And Mr. Reeves was okay, to be patient and try. The problem with the grass is you need to have a little bit of racing luck, but he impressed me today. It was a really good race.
A nice performance and a nice little stretch here with Carson's Run and Deterministic running so well, and then seeing Senbei here. As far as the 2 3-year-olds with Carson's Run and Deterministic, any thoughts on what the future might hold for them?
I'm not sure. Let's see how they come out of it. They both went great. You got 1 race left called the Hollywood Derby in late November. We'll think about it. We don't have to make a decision, but it's exciting for the future. Both horses should be around next year, and there's no reason why they cannot improve a little bit from 3 to 4.
Will be a lot of fun to follow that. Congratulations, Christophe.
Thank you so much.
A good afternoon for the barn, and my boy, Senbei. A good week indeed. Senbei getting the win here, Greg.
Performance good. Horses, naming of him even better.
Yeah, I think the name is what makes him good. I think it's very clear.
As you said, we were watching that again. He really kicked in a stretch.
He won by almost 2 lengths in this race. Leveled off. I mean, he lowers his body, drops his head, and really reaches for ground. This was a really nice effort, both by the winner, the runner-up. And Allagan gave me a little bit of a thrill at 11-1, turning for home.
No, he was a real overlay in here, and the gimmicks were good. I mean, you got $49 for $2 for this Exacta. The Tri paid $360 for $2. Those are big payouts because they overbet the 2. Mischievous Angel was the edge in there. That horse was massively overbet. 2
huge races on the road to the Breeders' Cup. Coming up next are both win and you're in the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. First up, 2-year-old fillies. Grade 1 Frizette, and obviously the absence of who would have been a huge favorite, Senza Parole. She's injured. She's out until likely next spring for Chad Brown. Makes this race completely wide open now. Let's take a look at what's at stake here in this Frizette. Obviously, win this race, you're going to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. You get an automatic entry. You get $60,000 in entry fees paid by the Breeders' Cup, that Nominator Award, and travel allowances as well for horses stabled outside of California. So this is big, and the one who opens up the favorite, a Maiden on the rail, making start number 2 for Danny Gargan.
I have a question. I don't like the 1. If the 1 wins, I'm going to lose. Why is the 1 3-2 and the 5? And I know the 5 finished 3 lengths behind the 1, but why is the 5 10-1 in here? Scottish Lassie was bet that day for Jorge Abreu like a good thing at 9-5 in there, and Snow White also bet at 5-2 and did beat her by a few lengths, but should be that big a discrepancy in price? I think if you're looking at the 1, shouldn't you look at the 5 at least?
I think it's a very fair point. I mean, they come out of a race where Quick Kick from
Solid
Tom
second,
Amos was
the
a good
Alcibiades.
second in the Alcibiades. So, I mean, it was a quality race. I'm old school, and I have a hard time when they're maidens and stakes. Even if they belong, I just look elsewhere.
Yeah, that's why you didn't bet Good Magic when you won the Breeders' Cup.
You're right. You're 100% right.
I think there's reasons you run, there's reasons you don't. And listen, it's obviously a great entrant. He's the favorite. She's the favorite, win or lose. It's a longer discussion, though I know what you're talking about.
As usual, it's going to come down to what happens championship weekend in this division. Right now, Immersive, she wins. She's the champ. She's 3 for 3. We'll show you what she did in the Alcibiades when we come back.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
the world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. An undeniable force on the West Coast, Ida went from strength to strength during her on-track career. After winning on debut at 2 for owner Bayoma Corp and trainer Bob Baffert, the daughter of Munnings later embarked on a 7-race winning streak that featured victories in the Grade 1 Starlet,
Ida has top billing in the Starlet,
the Grade 2 Great Lady M, and the Grade 3 Santa Isabel and Rancho Bernardo.
Just no stopping her. This is 7 straight.
Out of a Lemon Drop Kid mare, Ida's family traces back to the foundation mare La Troyenne. She sells carrying her first foal by Triple Crown winner and remarkable young sire Justified. The foal she carries is bred on the same cross as Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf heroine Hard to Justify and champion French 2-year-old Ramatuelle. Grade 1 winner Ida selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Hill&Dale Sales Agency agent.
Back with you on our Saturday action here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day of the Races, and the action, we turn it up a notch. First of back-to-back Grade 1s on the card. One in, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. And right now, the leader of this division, obviously it's going to come down to the Breeders' Cup Championship weekend, but Immersive, Grade 1 spin-away winner, adds the Alcibiades yesterday at Keeneland.
I would say it wasn't as impressive as her win in the slop, and I think there's a question if maybe she moved up on a wet track. She got an 80 buyer to get it done, but she ran well, and at this point, she could be the favorite for the Breeders' Cup, depending on what we see here, because without Senza Parole, we're just not seeing a very fast group of 2-year-old fillies.
Now, losing Senza Parole put a big hole in this division, but Immersive's undefeated. She also sports a win around 2 turns now, and she's a multiple Grade 1 winner, so you have to give her the utmost respect.
But I think, and I agree with you, that she's maybe the horse to beat, but this was not a, I think, the spinnerway was kind of those 2 finished well ahead of the field, and it felt like maybe she moved up a little in a sloppy track, and maybe she's also a horse that's a little better in those one-turn races. But she certainly ran well enough in this race, based on what we've seen, to say she has to be considered, unless we see a big performance in this race, the favorite, or unless we see somebody run well in whatever they've named the race out in California. They change it every week, every year.
Could step up. We could see a big move forward from someone in this race.
Sure.
We'll wait and find out in a few minutes here coming up. We're 14 minutes to post. But yeah, Immersive, figure-wise, too, moved back just slightly.
Yeah, I think of an 89 to an 88.
83 to 80.
Oh, 83 to 80? Okay.
Grade 1 Frizette. We'll have it for you next. Pondering. Looked very good first time out. Sprinting at Ellis Park. Maybe did not like that wet track in the spin-away for Brendan Walsh. Took it a fast track today. Stay tuned. Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Mind-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
Here comes Just FYI up to challenge for the lead. Irish Maxima is in between horses now as Life Talk rallies down at the rail. Emery is in fourth. Here's Just FYI. Here's Life Talk. They're 1-2 now. Followed by Emery, Irish Maxima, Central Avenue putting in a late run. But Just FYI kicks clear now. Just FYI on to victory here in the 76th running of the Grade 1 Frizette.
That was last year on that wet track, and just FYI for Hall of Fame trainer Belmont would go on to complete a perfect 2-year-old campaign with a win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and the championship.
And she ran well in finishing second in both the Ashland and the Kentucky Oaks. And then, you know, I credit the Connections for their tactics in the Acorn when they decided to be aggressive because they weren't able to beat Torpedo Anna from behind. But man, I think Torpedo Anna just broke her heart.
Sometimes a horse runs into a horse that's just a superior talent and it diminishes them, right? And I agree with you. If you've tried a horse several times or a few times and you couldn't get by him a certain way, change it up.
Some big names on that list of Frizette winners to be named champion.
Who's the best, Richie?
I'm on that list right there.
I have an opinion.
I'm going to say Flanders.
Me too. I'm with you. And there are some very good names.
Very good names on that list.
Meanwhile, still our favorite, this Maiden, yet to win. Snow White, second time out for Danny Gargan. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start there with Snow White and talk about the two horses that are maidens coming out of that race, because I thought in that debut that both of them would appreciate more distance. And Snow White finishing second to Quick Kick, who we saw finish second in the Alcibiades yesterday, and Quick Kick was the one with experience in that race. As far as Snow White is concerned, she gets shortcut cheater blinkers on after showing some speed, though not breaking the quickest. A little bit late switching leads and one that was just so switched off in the paddock prior to her race. I like her with more ground. She's more awake, more alert with those blinkers on, but she still has to show that she can do it in some tough company. The 5 Scottish Lassie is a more generous price coming out of that same race, and also a maiden. She was working with Jody's Pride, stakes winner, and a horse who had been very precocious as a 2-year-old for the barn coming into that debut, but I just thought that she too would need a race and get some more ground. She is tall, she is leggy, and she has really moved on from first to second start. She's a big, long, striding type of filly as well. So I wouldn't discount her either, but again, still a maiden. The number 3, Pondering, is the one that I really want out of the Grade 1 Spinaway. She was a horse that I was intrigued by in that race, but I just thought throughout was so uncomfortable with the wet track, and she's a big, solid filly, just didn't really seem to be handling it and was never really asked. She will love the extra furlong in here, Greg, and I'm looking for a much better performance from Pondering.
Acacia, thank you. We kick off our post parade with the favorite, trying to get the first win of her career, Snow White.
Listen, I'm not going to be shocked if she runs well in here, but I think you're taking the worst of it at 2-1, Richie.
Here's Schuylerville and Adirondack winner, the Queen's MG.
Yeah, very accomplished filly already and making her 6th start, so a lot of foundation.
Pondering for Brendan Walsh.
I'm going to try to be optimistic again, like the Spinaway, a bad opinion, obviously, but hopefully it was the wet track.
What in the literal Astoria winner for Jenna Antonucci?
Yeah, most raced horse in the field. Went shipped to Florida, was second to state and comes back.
Another maiden here, Scottish Lassie for Jorge Abreu.
I think if you're looking at short price in the one, you're supposed to at least take a look at her. As Jorge Abreu looked to win his first graded stake.
Not the quickest time, but it was a dominant win for another cliche first out.
A New York bred in here. We'll see if she's be competitive and maybe like the maiden to miss next.
Social Fortress, she owns a win at a mile. She's 2 for 2.
Yeah, now she's in a little tougher here, but I wouldn't totally dismiss her.
And Icona Mama, graded stakes placed with Kendrick Carmouche.
It has the foundation. I like the progression. 5 furlongs, 5.5, and then a mile at Churchill. Good draw, too, outside.
So let's go back to the Queen's MG, who tried to pull off that sweep of the 3 2-year-old stakes at the Saratoga meet this summer for Saffie Joseph Jr. Took the first 2 in the Schuylerville, 44-1. Grade 3 at Adirondack by 9 lengths in this performance next start. Obviously, things didn't go her way in the Spinaway. What'd you two think of this effort?
A monstrous effort here in the Adirondack. You know, she was drawn outside, galloped into the race the right way, and drew away powerfully. This was a big performance, Andy.
No, she's obviously good. I mean, she's been, sort of stalking quick paces and absolutely burying the competition. I thought her win in the Adirondack was very good. I mean, the win in Schuylerville may have been even better. I don't know. I wonder if she'll be better with more distance. And I wonder how this pace plays out. I look at the Time Form pace projector, which I talk about quite a bit, and they have a fast pace with Snow White in front. But don't you think Dylan's got to be aggressive, stretching out with the Queen's MG, Richie?
I think he has to be aggressive with the Queen's MG. The other thing about the Queen's MG, kind of a racing oddity, right? Her first 4 starts, she was drawn the outside post, the far outside post in every start. So she never had a horse outside of her until the spin away. Now she's drawn towards the inside. She was 8 of 11 there. Now she's inside. I think that forces Dylan's hand.
And
I agree.
She was the first ever starter for New Sire 1,000 Words. And that's the way how you start off as a sire with a win at 45-1.
And it's amazing because she was favored in the Astoria the time before that, and then she ends up going off at a huge price and not a lucky winner, a much the best winner. And listen, from 1,000 words, you would think she has the pedigree to have stamina to get the mile.
Was it maybe just not liking that wet track in the spin away? Saffie Joseph Jr., her trainer, said she has bounced out of it very well. Let's go to JK for more.
Yeah, guys, look, I want to start talking about the horse who's taking all the money here, the one Snow White. This horse almost won in the midst of a meet that I would imagine Danny Gargan would like to forget. I mean, he couldn't win. His horses weren't running particularly well, and this horse almost got him to the winner's circle. And I think if a horse can kind of run through what seems to be trending poorly for someone, there seems to be some talent there. I got no interest at 8-5, but I do want to point out this horse is deservingly taking some money. The 3 Pondering for me as well. I thought Pondering was actually the Godolphin that I wanted in that spin away. Didn't run particularly well in there, but like you guys said, maybe there was an excuse, and Immersive coming back and winning makes you feel a little bit better about it. If Pondering can find that race that when they debuted at Ellis and then run towards what you would think would be a good run going a little bit longer, I think Pondering could be tough in here.
Jonathan, I'm with you. I loved what I saw from Pondering in the warm-up as well. But a horse that I think is being ignored on the board is the 10 Icona Mama, who we saw with some experience at the distance and in-graded stakes company in the Pocahontas last time out, hitting the board at a big price. And maybe she was just kind of right there with now a ton of kick, but she still showed that she could handle the added distance. And from when I saw her 2 starts back in the Bolton Landing, and she's one that had worked so quickly as a 2-year-old at the OBS sale, going 10 flat and winning on synthetic first out, I thought that she might be a little bit more of a synthetic type. While she is a little bit more of a handier frame, she has developed so much and put on a lot of muscle mass, which I really appreciate. And hey, she's a generous price on the outside and maybe could shock people again. Now, as far as the 2, the Queen's MG, when I spoke to Dylan Davis earlier, he said she's a forward running type, she breaks well, and he expects to be forwardly placed with her once again. She was one that I was not sold on getting the distance even last time out in the spin away when adding to the 7 furlongs. I know that they said that she didn't handle the wet track, though she was forwardly placed, and it's absolutely a possibility, but she is a lighter frame type in a physical that would actually suggest that she should handle it. I thought in the spin away she just didn't really quite stack up with a couple of her main contenders. She looks better here today. She warmed up beautifully out on the track. I still do think that she needs to prove it to me that she can actually get better with some added distance, though. And then finally, the number 9, Social Fortress. If you want to talk about pace, I think that you do have to look at this one. Social Inclusion, it's actually a lot of his progeny early on down in Florida. They're often very quick and precocious. And this one broke really sharply last time out. But one thing to watch, she's a really high-headed type of runner in that she does not lower her head out to the ground, but she likes to kind of put her head up and take off. And that can be sometimes a little bit tough for a jockey to control. She was able to win impressively last time out. We'll see if she's able to settle a bit more here today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Yeah, Social Fortress, the 9. Look, she opened up big time on a field, stretching out from 5 furlongs. She was on the lead in that 5 furlong sprint. Then she was on the lead going a mile. She's going to be quick early. We know that. And we should mention, not only winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup, Kentucky Oaks points on the line in this race as well. Obviously, you're going to have to earn it and prove it as a 3-year-old. But interesting, 10 points to the winner here. What did you guys think about Social Fortress for Jamie Ness?
It's a hard read because she probably has to get a little bit faster even in this field without Senza Parole Richie to get it done. And it's Jamie Ness coming here. She wanted off the turf race to tick it off, but I picked her fourth. I didn't think she was impossible.
Well, listen, she's 2 for 2. She's won by long distances in both starts. Difference today is the 1-turn mile actually I think benefits her.
The Queen's MG has just been announced. Unfortunately, is going to be coming out of this race. So a huge scratch.
Do we know what happened?
Grade 1 Frizette.
And that's going to change potentially the pace because now it's more up to Jose Lizcano to be aggressive here because I don't think Social Fortress or Icona Mama are fast enough to run with Snow White, who's now going to go down to probably about 7-5 in here with the scratch.
Losing the Queen's MG, I think Snow White does go to lead, and she's going to try to emulate her sire, Good Magic, who you pointed out broke his maiden in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile. She's looking to break her maiden in a Grade 1 Frizette.
I don't think you're bred, though, to break your maiden in a Grade 1. I'm with. See,
speak for yourself.
I was talking about it with you, and I tend to agree with you. I understand why trainers do it. I think there are times to do it. And listen, you're running a 7-5 shot. I don't care if this horse runs dead last. You can't knock Danny Gargan for running this horse as a maiden in here. And you could say the same thing for the number 5 Scottish Lassie, who's 6-1.
Sure.
Who I think is the overlay. I think if you like the 1 at 7-5, you're making a mistake not paying a little attention to the 5 because the 5 was bet too strongly. And McKinsey, I think the 5's probably usable at 6-1 here for TT.
Big give up, or just forgetting about a little bit. Yeah, one who took so much attention.
6-5
first
on
time
the
out.
one?
No one's established. Look, the distance a question mark for most everyone in here.
Yeah. Getting back to Social Fortress really quick, I think the 1-turn mile actually helps her because your 2-turn mile at Monmouth, you've got to go forward and maneuver going into the turn. 1-turn race, if a horse has a tendency to be keen, you just brake, put your hands down, and you don't have to get in their mouth and maneuver because you've got a half a mile straightaway.
No, I think that's very fair. I think Icona Mama is an overlay at 7-1 right now.
That's what I like.
She was near the pace last time, which didn't completely fall apart, but I thought she ran a respectable race in there. A very good move by the trainer, obviously opting this race over the Alcibiades, I'm assuming because he wanted to stay at a 1-turn mile, which is what her last race, the Pocahontas, was. And when the favorite ended up scratching, she drew well on the outside. She's an overlay, I think, at 7-1.
I agree. That's who I picked. I like her on the outside draw. I like the fact that she's already run a mile and around. I thought a very good race last time. I thought she was very interesting. And she was 10-1 a moment ago. Now with the scratch, she's 7-1.
There she is. Kendra Carmouche will be aboard. Big late change in this race. The Queen's MG, Schuylerville and Adirondack winner from this summer, Saratoga. A late scratch in the race, and a race that already had the morning line favorite Senza Parole out as well. So now just completely different. And Snow White will see if she can take advantage. Speed drawn inside here in start number 2, trying to pick up her first win.
I don't think the inside post does her any favors. I think Social Fortress is going to be involved. Wouldn't another cliche coming out of a sprint? I know it was against much easier. Is she going to be forward?
She's supposed to be forward in here. I think it's very tough to read. The pace projector has the 1 on top. When you're talking about horses that have all run once, basically, some twice, I'm not sure how reliable it is, how the pace is going to play out. But Joelle is going to have to be aggressive, you would think, breaking from the rail.
6-5 favorite, a filly who has not yet won. She was a runner-up in her debut. Start number 2 comes in this Grade 1 Frizette, hoping to punch her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies early November at Del Mar. Let's send it upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Social Fortress and Icona Mama. Icona Mama goes in. All set for the Frizette. And they're off. Icona Mama breaks outward. Social Fortress has early speed. In between horses, here comes Pondering in the early mix, and now Pondering with a nose in front. Right with Pondering is What in the Literal. We'll back off as now Social Fortress will use her speed and press on. Social Fortress will clear. It is now up by a length and a half as they come out of the chute. So they're chasing Social Fortress, who's the lone leader. Pondering is well settled there for Pratt right there in second. Out wider in the purple cap comes Scottish Lassie in third. Snow White is in behind horses, is towards the back end of the field with What in the Literal. They're tightly bunched there at the back. Another Cliche is in that mix with Icona Mama. They're chasing Social Fortress through a 22-4. Opening quarter mile in, Social Fortress is doing it nicely so far. Here comes Pondering, moving in closer, and Scottish Lassie has got a 3-wide run. Snow White just had to briefly steady, is in behind horses in fifth. Icona Mama is making a move, and here comes Icona Mama after the leaders. Another Cliche, trying to launch a rally from the back. They went 46-1 for a half-mile time. The trailer is now What in the Literal. Social Fortress still there. It's Social Fortress approaching a quarter mile left to go, and Social Fortress. Here's the oncoming strides of Scottish Lassie, and now Scottish Lassie is sent for home. Scottish Lassie is now opening up on the field, and look at Scottish Lassie open up. A final furlong left to go. Scottish Lassie is now widening this margin and opening up in the Frizette. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie punches her ticket, and she's on to the Breeders' Cup. She wins the Frizette easily. Scottish Lassie wins it over Snow White, finishing third. That was Social Fortress with another Cliche in 1 minute 36 and 3.
It's one of the Maidens picking up her first career win here in Grade 1 company and punching her ticket to championship weekend. Scottish Lassie for Jorge Abreu with Jose Lezcano.
Well, I think, Andy, you pointed it out so well that Scottish Lassie was getting overlooked, was the overlay here, because Snow White took all the money, but on debut when they ran in the same race, Scottish Lassie took much more money.
I agree. I think she's a very interesting horse in here. I unfortunately bet exactas and didn't use the one, but I think they let her go at a big price. And I'll tell you something, she ran fast enough that she's going to have to be considered a major contender of the Breeders' Cup. And for Jorge Abreu, took a long time to win a Grade 1, but when he did, he won it, not a Grade 1, a graded stake. His first graded stakes win, and she did it impressively. Congrats to her and the connections.
Yeah, and Jose Lezcano, I'm always satisfied when Jose Lezcano gets a win like this. I feel like he's a rider that sometimes gets overlooked in the big races, and he just rides a consistently good race day in and day out. And, you know, I made a comment, I'm not a big fan of maidens in stakes races. Well, we had the old maiden exacta here.
This horse is just too big a price. Whether or not you love this horse, and I picked her third, she's just not supposed to be this price in here. At least
5-1-9-7, and yeah, the two fillies who had not yet won, run 1-2. Let's go back to the start.
Yeah, the one horse Snow White misses the break a bit, and then Joelle elected to raid her along, and she ran on well to be second best. I don't think even if she had broken cleanly, she was going to challenge the winner.
I think if she broke 6 lengths out of the field, she had a shot to beat the winner. But other than that, this horse, I mean, this was, I mean, do I think Senza Parole would have beaten her? Yeah, but I think it would have been closer.
So 6-1, Scottish Lassie. And Andy, as you said, for trainer Jorge Abreu to finally get this done and to do it in a big way like this, that first graded stakes win for him, got to feel good to get that weight off your shoulder.
Yeah, and I mean, you head out to the Breeders' Cup with a very, very live player in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and that's got to be pretty exciting, and I'm happy for him and the connections. A good trainer, a good guy, and nice to see him get this big win, and it's nice to win a race like this so definitively as well.
Big moment in his career, and yeah, now going on to potentially look bigger and better things. We talked about the one who's, I guess you say, is the leader of this division right now, but not a filly who's overwhelming competition by any means.
Yeah, no question about it. I'm looking at this race from the final time. I think it's about a second or so slower than the maidens in the first race, but I think there's a reasonable argument. Those horses ran a figure around 90 or in the early of the winter or near low 90s, which puts this horse right around the same figure. Yeah, that's a horse who would run an 88 Bayern in his last start, the winner of that race. I think it puts it right in line with Immersive, which makes her a major contender.
These are also older horses. These are 2-year-olds.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? Yeah.
I'm saying it's, but also I'm just saying as a general, the figure. Right. You can't. Anybody that looks and says, "Oh, she was slower than a maiden," doesn't understand. Those are older maidens that have run very fast in the past.
Yeah.
I think it's a very, very legitimate race. You can see. I mean, nobody else in this race was in the same zip code that she was in.
Long way back. to the rest of this group. And yeah, Jose Lezcano, just, Meg, as you were saying, good to see him win, but a pro's pro, great journeyman rider, and he's going to have a big opportunity in championship weekend here.
Yeah, listen, you know, you think about Jose and some of his Breeders' Cup success. He rode Chad Brown's first Breeders' Cup winner, Marum, in the Breeders' Cup Philly 2-year-old Philly turf race.
Correct. Scottish Lassie. Go ahead.
He won the race 2 years ago, right? For Phil Serpy. No, he was second.
No, he was second, but he also rode Wise Dan to win the mile when Johnny Velasquez got hurt. I mean, he is a pro's pro is the right way to put it, Greg.
Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Sell your star on November 4th after Breeders' Cup. Scottish Lassie collecting some Kentucky Oaks points, more importantly, getting into that Breeders' Cup. Juvenile fillies early November at Del Mar for Jorge Abreu and Jose Lezcano. Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 1. Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Winning, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and Scottish Lassie. First ever graded stakes win for the barn of Jorge Abreu. Congratulations, Jose Lezcano, aboard for the easy win here. First ever win for this filly. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
What a way to break your maiden, and what a way for trainer Jorge Abreu to get his first graded stakes victory. Scottish Lassie, I know you were really high on her even first time out, but what a performance today.
Yeah, for me, I'm very proud of this filly. I bought her at the OBS sale for $85,000 to buy back, and I always have high hope for her because she was training like a good horse, and I told everybody she's going to be my best 2-year-old I have in my barn right now, and she proved it today.
You were absolutely right about that. I know you were expecting big things, but did you expect that by open lengths?
Not by open lengths. I love it because the first time she ran, going first time out 7/8 from the one hole is a lot to us for a 2-year-old. And she ran a good race. And Ira told me, we didn't break as well. We didn't have the greatest trip, but this filly's okay. And then Jose been breezing her all along, and she's been doing very, very well. I was expecting a good X for her, not this good.
We all know what a talented trainer you are, but to get this victory and a grade 1 with a 2-year-old that you picked out, can you put into words how meaningful this is?
No words to describe it right now. You're lucky I'm talking right now.
I told him he could speak into Spanish if that was more comfortable, but congratulations. We're thrilled for you. Here's to many more.
Thank you so much.
A big future for this filly, Greg, and a big future for a trainer as well.
What a moment. Congratulations. Long time coming. Well deserved for Jorge Abreu. A big one. And to get it in a grade 1, too. And in this kind of fashion, as you said. Big moment.
And also, you know, not only, it's not just a grade 1, and I know we harp on it, and obviously the win you're in, but to go into the Breeders' Cup with a horse that might be the second choice, frankly, in the Breeders' Cup after an effort like this. And it's certainly, even if not second choice, one of the top choices. I mean, you want to get the Breeders' Cup at the end of the year. Every trainer wants to have a chance at the Breeders' Cup races. And if you're 20-1, you're happy to be in those races. But to know you're going there, Richie, with a horse who can win.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
A legitimate
not
horse
not a phony. Yeah. I mean, this was impressive. I mean, I know she didn't beat the strongest field of all time, but she beat him like you're supposed to if you want to go on.
Way.
She was good.
So 2 maidens run 1-2 in this grade 1 Frizette. Boys' turn coming up next in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. Here we go. This race winning, you're in for the juvenile and includes the hopeful winner from Saratoga. Chancer McPatrick opens up at 1-2 on the board. We'll talk about the rest of this field, though, as well, including a runner who is very quick from the barn you're about to meet. He comes from an incredibly successful family tree in the sport that almost guaranteed success going out on his own. And over the years, Dallas Stewart has continued to deliver big results from horses outrunning their odds in the Kentucky Derby, not to mention the biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Oaks. Dallas Stewart has continued to produce top-level talent.
In my early 20s, I was working hard, galloping horses. I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do. You know, I just love being with the horses. You know, first of all, I just fell in love with horses as a young guy, and just love being around them, love petting them, love just training them and doing my best to get them to their peak performance. Not just the racing, I just love the horses. These horses always don't have any speed. So I always wanted to be a trainer. You know, I never thought about being Big Tom at that point. You know, I just wanted to train horses and, you know, hopefully win some races. And I saved up a good bit of money. I had like $50,000 cash saved. I worked my butt off, my wife and I.
While some might look to buy a house with that much money stashed in savings, Dallas Stewart bought horses and took out his trainer's license in 1985. He won his first race with End Display, a horse Stewart owned and trained. But an encounter with a D. Wayne Lucas assistant would alter his course as a trainer.
I met Randy Bradshaw in '86 with Lucas, saw what the Big Tom was. I felt like I could handle it.
Dallas would be involved with 3 Kentucky Derby winners during his 11 years with Lucas. He was the exercise rider of 1988 Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors. And when Thunder Gulch and Grindstone won the Kentucky Derby in '95 and '96, he was running Lucas's Kentucky division. As a trainer, Stewart had saddled 5 Kentucky Derby runners. Commanding Curve and Golden Soul finished second in back-to-back years as live long shots.
And I just felt like they were good long-distance horses, that they had a lot of heart. They showed up and trained hard. They were in the prep races, and they deserve a shot.
Golden Soul between horses, down to the wire. Orb has won the Kentucky Derby. It was Golden Soul.
They weren't going to be favored, but I felt like they would run well. But they ran, you know, exceedingly better than anybody would ever hoped or thought.
And from the back of the pack on the outside, Commanding Curve is taken second. But California Chrome shines bright in the Kentucky Derby. Commanding Curve was second.
You know, we were standing here talking. I had 2 wins in the Derby. You know, no telling. But hey, I'm proud of them. The horses trained just great, and we believe we've got one on our table somewhere.
No Derby yet, but what Dallas does have is a Kentucky Oaks.
Lemons forever, winning Kentucky Oaks 132.
And 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs.
Comes on Bradley Lane with giant strides. Here's the winner. Photo finish.
Forever Unbridled
the wire will come in time. Forever Unbridled has won the distance.
And a perspective on racing that affords him the enjoyment of a worthy, lifelong career.
I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do and that you enjoy when you're successful, and you have to work hard when you're in a slump. So it's just things that I've learned, and you can work through slumps, and you cannot enjoy the good times, but you should.
Great to have Dallas Stewart in the mix. Mig, you spent time with him when you were young in your career, and obviously he's had some very big moments in a great career.
He's just a great guy. He's a great horseman, and he was my valet at the fairgrounds back in the 80s, and I had a good time with Dallas, but just enjoy him so much as a person. And we saw him winning that Kentucky Oaks there. Mark Guidry aboard. He's got a knack of getting horses ready to run big races on the right days, doesn't he? Even his runner-up finishes in the Kentucky Derby with long shots.
Had some big prices. I picked this horse here, probably shooting for the moon a little bit here, but I thought the horse actually ran well in the Hopeful. I thought it was a live long shot.
Smokin' Wicked, was leading the way in the Hopeful before backing up to fourth. We'll get a mile today. He's the 7 horse at a big number right now. Dylan Davis will ride, but that's the one to beat. Hopeful winner, Chancer McPatrick, looking for his second Grade 1 coming up.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire for a 3rd straight year with Saratoga standouts like 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by an
as well as Busy Morning.
Busy Morning in front, and Busy Morning wins it.
And wire-to-wire victor, Tour Jeté.
Tour Jeté all the way to score.
New York's #1 turf sire again in 2024. Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday action. Grade 1 Champagne here on Fox Sports 1. Up next, winning you're in to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. There's Chad Brown and his odds-on favorite, Chancer McPatrick, winner of the Grade 1 Hopeful. As we approach the 9-minute mark to post, we're going to send it downstairs to Acacia. And Acacia, Chad had said when he talks about this horse, he feels his athleticism is such a big plus for him. When you look at his build, what stands out about Chancer McPatrick?
Well, it's just as Chad said, he's incredibly athletic, but he's not a big, imposing type of physical. It's funny, he's by McKenzie, who I know Chad and many other top trainers have thought highly of, but thinking that with this freshman stallion, his progeny will want more distance. We just saw Scottish Lassie, a daughter of McKenzie, flourish with the added ground, though she is a big and leggy type. Not the case with Chancer McPatrick, but he's incredibly balanced. He's also one that usually is quite laid back in the paddock before his races, and while he's not over the top by any means. He's on it a little bit more today. You can see he's just kind of has that energy bubbling beneath the surface like a coiled spring just waiting to go. He looks sensational. He looks like a short price favorite in a spot like this should. But he is one that had a little bit of an odd trip first time out where he kind of took himself out of the race when getting shuffled back and then re-rallying so impressively. And then last time out, that kind of big extended run. So we know that he does come from off of it, and again with that laid back demeanor. And I'm wondering if he's a little bit more forward today and now getting a chance to get a little bit added distance for that big stride to get into his stride a bit more. We might not see him quite so far back. He is far and above the horse to beat. One coming out of that hopeful finishing behind him is the 7 Smokin' Wicked. He is more seasoned, now making his 5th start, and I thought that he ran actually pretty well, setting the pace, and given the fact that Chancellor McPatrick was coming from off of it, Smokin' Wicked, who they've kept very quiet here in the paddock here today. And he's one that early on was kind of spicy, especially in the Saratoga Special, kind of bubbling, just doing a lot. More settled today, more settled last time, I should say, and even more settled today. Continuing to progress. It's that progression of what you want to see. He looks tremendous as well, and I think that he too is actually going to flourish with the mile. He has a lot of good leg to him, and if he gets comfortable with that speed yet again, maybe will be a little bit tough to catch. Now, the number 2, Tip Top Thomas, is the lone Todd Pletcher runner that does stay in here with the scratch of Uncaged. I was not in the paddock for his debut, so I don't have anything to compare to. But looking at his pedigree, by Volatile, which you immediately think early, quick sprinter. And with the siblings, he is a half-brother to multiple graded stakes place Dua, who was handling long distance races, but was by Arrogate. Looking at him, it does not strike me as one that would get better with more distance. He's smaller, he's incredibly fit in here, and I thought he was very game first time out, but I think he'll have to take a step forward to handle that added ground, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Here comes our post parade, and we will start with the biggest price on the board, JJ Zozo.
How's this horse a bigger price than the 3 horse? I think that's the biggest question of this race. I want to bet this horse in even money versus the 3.
Sprinting last time out. Yeah, Lethal Speed, just that one start. Here's Tip Top Thomas for Todd Pletcher, trying to get his 7th Champagne win.
Yeah, possesses good speed, was very game on debut, ran a fast figure, has to get the mile.
Slow debut win at Gulfstream, Lethal Speed.
Yeah, I don't think his speed's going to be lethal here, and he doesn't even have any speed.
Here's the New York thread for Jeremiah Engard. He has won against Open Company.
Undefeated, 3 for 3. He's got speed, should be forward.
Vacoma rides. Impressive first out for John Kimmel.
He's a very nice colt. This is a big ass, though. 21 days ago, broke his maiden impressively. Now a mile, grade 1 company.
We showed you the feature on Dallas Stewart, and here's his runner, Smokin' Wicked.
He did well to hold on in what was a pretty honest pace last time out, and I think he's a bit of a sleeper in here.
We say it a lot. Always beware when Butch Reed shows up in New York. He sends out Colonel Bob.
Impressive debut winner and a trainer that doesn't come just to have a trip to New York.
Dominant win first time out for Executive Order at Saratoga.
Yeah, he was impressive, and I know he won a restricted race, but drew well on the outside. He's a player for a piece.
And a hopeful winner. He's overcome adversity in each of his first 2 starts, both wins, Chancellor McPatrick.
That's what impresses me is, a young horse to show the kind of professionalism, take kickback, overcome adversity, and finish the way he finishes.
You know what we've never pointed out, I'm just noticing, or I don't think we have pointed out, this horse was bred by Rigney Racing, which, of course, is the outfit that Phil Bauer trains for. And I'm sure they have horse they breed, and they're going to pinhook. And if you're going to pinhook horses, you're going to occasionally sell a good one. In this case, they sold a good one. They have another one, though, with Jonathan's Way, who's pretty good.
Yeah, indeed. But, yeah, we pointed that out back in the hopeful. Yeah. A little strange to see what's on the line in this Champagne. Automatic entry. Championship weekend, Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Entry fees of $60,000 that Nominator award and travel allowances. Horses stabled outside of California.
And it seems pretty likely, Richie, that the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile will come out of this race or the Breeders' Futurity. Obviously, Chancellor McPatrick beating Ferocious gives him a bit of an edge in that category, and he's a horse feels like he'll handle the distance. But I think depending on how quickly they run here, because based on what I've seen in California, they just don't have any fast horses at this point.
I agree with you.
Let's go back to the grade 1 win for this horse right here, your big favorite, Chancellor McPatrick. And Flavian Pratt, keep your eyes on the 8. Foot comes out of the irons here, hitting the gate.
Yeah, I mean, you could see, right, that the left leg is down around his side, and to have the athletic ability to hold your balance and the leg strength then to be able to get your foot back into that startup. He didn't reach down to grab it either. He did it just by lifting himself. And then this horse to put in this kind of run. And Andy, look at the horses other than the third place finish, the other Chad Brown. They're all clean faces, right? Look how covered in dirt he was, and it was undeterred. He was resolute to get there.
He has made it very clear that he's like a professional racehorse in a lot of ways from day one. I mean, yeah, he got stayed a little bit and things, but you know, you talk about horses taking kickback and such, and horses learn to deal with kickback.
Sure.
This guy had no problem taking kickback in his first start and his second start. He just runs through it. He's a runner.
Interesting thing, Greg, though. Good horses get hit with kickback. A lot of them get mad and drop their head and want to go after the horses throwing the kickback at them. That's a good horse.
With what he's overcome, his trainer, Chad Brown, says just mentally he's well ahead of the curve for his age group for a 2-year-old. Let's go to JK for more on the Champagne.
Yeah, guys, look, I'm a fan of Chancer McPatrick as a horse, but as a wager, I just don't quite trust him, especially at this short price. Let's not forget that in his debut, he closed into a pace that basically fell apart, was at least fast enough. And those two horses, Noble Confessor and T. Craft came back and ran poorly going longer on the dirt. Noble Confessor came back and ran poorly, but then, ended up being a turf horse, a very nice turf horse at that. And then there was the hopeful that, Ferocious didn't really show up. I just don't trust him at a short price. If he wins here, I'm not going to be shocked by any means. But I think there's some interesting horses that do make a little bit of sense at prices. The first one I'll go with is the 2 Tip Top Thomas. Actually, the only one, because I forgot the other one I liked, Scratch. The 2 Tip Top Thomas. Rookie Card came back and ran fast. Sovereignty came back and ran fast. Both horses that Tip Top Thomas beat or ran in with and beat in that debut. The other important note in there was a Chad Brown first-time starter that I know the barn was very high on, and Keewatin was also in that race that was beaten. So there's 3 nice horses in Tip Top Thomas's debut race, and I really just like saying Tip Top Thomas. It's a lot of fun, Wolfie.
Let's point that out.
4-1, JK, thanks on Tip Top Thomas. Todd Pletcher trying to get a 7th win in this Grade 1 Champagne. Meanwhile, we have a New York bred in the race who's already won against Open Company. There he is, Moplex. He comes in undefeated. Perfect 3 for 3. But Acacia, this is a horse who his trainer said has been very difficult to handle. And as a result, he's making some equipment changes today.
He is. He's getting 2 significant changes, Greg. A change in bit, going to a Houghton bit or a cage bit, which is a much stronger bit, given kind of power steering for the rider. And you could see it 2 starts back in the Sanford, getting out on the turns. Last time out, drifting in the stretch and the funny side, also breaking out at the start. That bit will give his rider so much more control. He's also a horse that is usually very high energy prior to his races. The other big change he's getting today is adding a drop noseband. He used to not wear any noseband at all, nothing on his face. And so you have that typical band that goes around the nose, and then there's additional, in the show world, you call it a flash. It attaches on the tip of the nose and loops around the underside of the horse's mouth to keep the mouth closed, which will help with breath intake, will help to keep the bit up in their mouth, and again, all about that control and getting the horse to settle in here. So 2 significant equipment changes for Moplex. Also, I'm seeing a big change mentally today, which I'm very pleased to see because I was really concerned about the way that he was acting for him getting the added distance because he often expends so much energy before the races even begin. I was not sold on him getting longer, but with those changes and looking at him here, I'm a bit more optimistic about him, and he is undefeated 3 for 3 as of yet. Now, the number 8, Colonel Bob, as we mentioned, always take a look at the horses for Butch Reed that he brings in here. Did debut and win impressively at 7 furlongs at first asking, drawing away from his competition. Not an easy thing to do, and while he's not the tallest, there is a lot of length to his frame, suggesting that distance should be okay. By Yorkton, who I would say when he was on the racetrack, his best distance was 7 furlongs. But this is a horse who might be a big price to outrun his odds in here because I think that that's a race that he could build on and, again, should be able to handle the distance, Greg.
Huge price on a trainer whose horses usually show up and run big when they come to New York. Butch Reed with the 8 Colonel Bob. Meanwhile, Mig with Moplex. We'll see if those equipment changes make life a little bit easier for Manny Franco trying to handle the Sanford winner.
Listen, he's a horse that possesses speed. He's perfect up to this point. This is a big ask, but he earned his ticket.
Yeah, he did, and he made a good move scraping the Hostful and getting the big purse at a short price in the funny side, but he's probably not fast enough to contend here. I'm going to disagree on Butch Reed's horse. He's brought some better horses to New York. I mean, I know he's a huge price, but he's woefully slow in here.
Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Also points on the line for next year's Kentucky Derby. 10 points for qualifying to the winner. As you take a look at the New York bred there, Moplex, as far as those equipment changes, his trainer says, look, he's actually run straight as a result in the morning, but he was running straight in the morning before, and it happened during the races. So we'll see if it winds up making a difference or not. Tip Top Thomas moving in for Todd Pletcher.
Betting it like it's a 2-horse race, right?
It really are. It's Tip Top Thomas and then Chancer McPatrick, Grade 1 hopeful winner, trying to add another Grade 1 win en route to championship weekend, early November at Del Mar. Let's send it upstairs for the Grade 1 Champagne here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage to Chris Griffin.
All set for the Champagne. A Breeders' Cup, win and you're in. And they're off. In between horses, Smokin' Wicked has early speed, but here comes Moplex, and Moplex is ready to challenge at the rail. Here comes JJ Zozo, and now Tip Top Thomas. That's the leading duo as they get set to come out of the chute well off the rail. JJ Zozo's in front is up by a full length. Then comes Tip Top Thomas watching the action here from second. In behind them is Colonel Bob, who's a shared third, as Moplex is backing off the pace now up on the far outside executive order. They are lined up there in that mid-pack grouping as at the rail they're lethal speed. The two at the back after breaking on top, Smokin' Wicked and Chancer McPatrick had to catch up to the field is the trailer, but is about 6 lengths back from a 22.47 opening quarter mile. JJ Zozo has a half mile left to go and is now chased along by Tip Top Thomas, who's well within range. And here comes the move from Tip Top Thomas. 3 wide executive order is moving forward as well. At the rail, there's Vekoma Rise, trying to keep up from fourth in Moplex. Chancer McPatrick has started this rally from the back end, was the trailer, but Chancer McPatrick is passing rivals quickly, and here comes Chancer McPatrick up on the outside. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. The posted half mile time, 45.59. 3 quarters in 1 minute 11:1, and the leader is Tip Top Thomas, but has to deal with Chancer McPatrick, who's rolling down the center of the racetrack. Tip Top Thomas to the inside. Chancer McPatrick with every shot to run this rival down, and now Chancer McPatrick is in front. A 16th left to go. Was last, now first, and Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively and punches his ticket to the Breeders' Cup. Chancer McPatrick wins it over Tip Top Thomas. Finishing third was Moplex in 1 minute 36.51.
Back-to-back Grade 1 wins, hopeful, and now the Champagne en route to the Breeders' Cup for Chancer McPatrick.
And he just makes these long, sustained runs, and he just keeps on rolling along. He's going to go in the Breeders' Cup, if not the favorite, a close second choice, depending what happens at Keeneland. And I'll tell you something else. This flatters the race the filly ran, the Frizette, because it's only about a quarter of a second faster than she was.
I agree with you. So, it legitimizes her effort. But, man, what stands out to me, Andy, the half-mile pole, he started to pick it up, and he circled up and made this long, sustained run. If he had flattened out a touch and hung, you could forgive it almost. He continued. This was impressive.
He did it the same way in his debut. He made that long, sustained run. But let's give a little credit to the second-place finisher as well. He was outrun for the lead by the long shot, the number 1 in this race. They went just a tick under 45 and 3 to the half mile, and he wasn't even comfortable in his comfort zone, sort of cruising along in the lead, and he gave Chancer McPatrick everything he wanted. So was Chancer McPatrick best? Yeah, but Tip Top Thomas ran extremely well in defeat. Yeah.
Well, they were betting it like a 2-horse race, and they ran
right.
one, too.
They were right.
Chancer McPatrick, as Mig said, wide trip early on, the outside post, and just inhales. leader at this point. Tip Top Thomas rolls right on by him. So now perfect 3 for 3 as he'll move on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. What do you feel about a little extra ground for him now?
I don't feel, Richie, like distance should be a problem. You never know. I guess the question he has answered is a two-turn situation when the paces aren't as quick. What happens if he gets in the Breeders' Cup and they get in where the paces aren't quite as quick? And it makes, that's why a two-turn, I don't think the 2 turns is a problem. I think less of a pace could work in the favor of a Tip Top Thomas, a Ferocious perhaps, and work against him.
Real quick, joins this impressive list of hopeful Champagne double winners. The last to do it, Jackie's Warrior. Chancellor McPatrick.
I saw Foolish Pleasure win the hopeful, my first hopeful. Timely Writer, some nice names there, huh? Vineyard Haven.
Yeah, I was too young to see Foolish Pleasure.
Well, I'm old. But Top Knight, I missed him. It's a good horse. It's a really good
This horse we heard about before he ever ran at Saratoga. He was supposed to be very good. He's lived up to it.
There were 2 horses that Chad Brown had mentioned to me early in the meet as he thought his best 2-year-old colts. The other one, like so many of them, unfortunately didn't make it to races. Hopefully will eventually. But Chancellor McPatrick was the other one. And, you know, as he said, he's going to want to go long. I don't know that he's going to be able to win going shorter. And the way he won first time out, he pointed out, he's not a 6.5 furlong horse, but, you know, the good ones do it. They overcome it. They'll win going shorter early in their careers.
We've seen that for years, though, right? The good horse finds a way to win going 5.5, 6, 6.5, but ultimately they're at their best when they stretch out.
And we talked about at the top of the show, for this man aboard, what would be his first ever Eclipse Award win as outstanding jockey? It's probably going to come down to what happens Breeders' Cup weekend. Now he's going to be going there with a legitimate contender here. Between what happens with him and Arad Ortiz Jr. may decide that vote.
And
Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And here with winning owner Sean Flanagan, Chancellor McPatrick stays undefeated. Sean, how about that? Just cruising.
Unbelievable. He broke well, and then I looked up and he was last again. I said, "What's this? What's the last all the time? You're gonna give me a heart attack." But he just started, passing horses like he does, and what a stretch drive. Really glad for the long stretch, and Flavian is just the best, so he fits that horse perfectly. So, yeah, it's just awesome,
Well, we've got a Breeders' Cup hat for you.
I have one right here. Look at this. So, I was just hoping he ran well today, and hopefully he comes out of the race sound and, healthy, and we'll see what happens. I think we're going to be out on the West Coast in a few weeks, but just want to say hello to my mother. She's not feeling too great. And everybody at Long Meadow, they mean a lot to me. And this is just, I'm over the moon.
Well, enjoy it. And for your mom, I hope she enjoys it as well. Congratulations. They're ready for your picture.
Thanks, Acacia.
Greg?
That feeling, it must just feel so incredible to have a horse of this ability to win a race as prestigious as the hopeful at Saratoga. Now add the Champagne and go on to the Breeders' Cup is, depending, as you said, what happens at Keeneland, potentially the favorite. Thinking about that, thinking about next year's a 3-year-old in the Derby, what's on the line for this horse?
It's a very exciting horse. This is the 12th Grade 1 win for Chad Brown this year. 7 of them on the dirt. And this horse, Chancellor McPatrick, Richie, is the first dual Grade 1 winner. 11 different horses with 11 Grade 1s before this horse.
That's a powerful stat. Chancellor McPatrick, horses that win the Derby had the ability to make long, sustained runs or 2 distinct moves. He can make a long, sustained run.
You have to overcome sometimes adversity, and he has done that. He's already shown that in his career. Perfect 3 for 3. Chancellor McPatrick, back-to-back Grade 1 winner. And now it's on to Del Mar in November. What a performance for Chad Brown, Flanagan Racing, and Flavian Pratt. We will see you tomorrow. Don't forget early coverage, 9:30 a.m. Arc de Triomphe, that's Eastern time, and then 12:30 Eastern on FS1, Carson's Run. Another graded stakes win in the Jockey Club Derby Invitational in the Frizette. It was a maiden Scottish lassie, first ever graded stakes win for her trainer Jorge Abreu and Chancellor McPatrick. Back-to-back Grade 1 winner for Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt.
Trophy presentation here to the winning connections, Flanagan Racing. Winning trainer Chad Brown, winning jockey Flavien Prat, members of the Breeders' Cup. Chancellor McPatrick, now 3 for 3, and punches his ticket to the Breeders' Cup. Congratulations. Exacta $4.50, the double $5.10, $10.60, trifecta $13 even. Superfecta $102.75, pick 3 5 with 5 with 10 82.50, pick 3 5 2 10 $10.90. Running time 1 minute 36.51. Coming up is race 9, today's 9th race. Mile 16th, inner turf. Race 9 in 20 minutes. And they're off. In between horses, Smokin' Wicked has early speed, but here comes Moplex, and Moplex is ready to challenge at the rail. Here comes JJ Zozo, and now Tip Top Thomas. That's the leading duo as they get set to come out of the chute well off the rail. JJ Zozo's in front is up by a full length. Then comes Tip Top Thomas watching the action here from second. In behind them is Colonel Bob, who's a shared third, as Moplex is backing off the pace now up on the far outside executive order. They are lined up there in that mid-pack grouping as at the rail, their lethal speed. The two at the back after breaking on top, Smokin' Wicked and Chancellor McPatrick had to catch up to the field is the trailer, but is about 6 lengths back from a 22.47 opening quarter mile. JJ Zozo has a half mile left to go and is now chased along by Tip Top Thomas, who's well within range. And here comes the move from Tip Top Thomas. 3 wide executive order is moving forward as well. At the rail, there's Vekoma Rise, trying to keep up from fourth, and Moplex. Chancellor McPatrick has started this rally from the back end, was the trailer, but Chancellor McPatrick is passing rivals quickly, and here comes Chancellor McPatrick up on the outside. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. The posted half mile time, 45.59. 3 quarters in 1 minute 11 and 1, and the leader is Tip Top Thomas, but has to deal with Chancellor McPatrick, who's rolling down the center of the racetrack. Tip Top Thomas to the inside. Chancellor McPatrick with every shot to run this rival down, and now Chancellor McPatrick is in front. A 16th left to go, was last, now first, and Chancellor McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively and punches his ticket to the Breeders' Cup. Chancellor McPatrick wins it over Tip Top Thomas. Finishing third was Moplex in 1 minute 36.51.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Field steps on the track for today's 9th race. Race 9, a mile and 16th inner turf. Race 9 in 6 minutes.